Chapter 1925. 1925. The disciples of the Dragon Palace arrived in 1925. It's the 22nd time. In just 2 short months, 22 gods were born. Master, how did they cultivate? Ever since Master fed me those 2 fruits, I've been hunting a lot of demonic cores during this period of time. I thought that my strength had improved very quickly. But now, my strength has only reached level 7 demigod. Even that young master of the celestial race lit up the divine fire yesterday. In the villa in Jiang City, Xiaoran stood beside Wang Xian with a bitter face and said to him, "You can't compare to them. They were once gods, but they died. Now that their memories have been restored, as long as they have sufficient resources, they will be able to recover very quickly. And with all the treasures on earth now, it's normal for them to light the divine fire." Wang Xian looked at Xiaoran beside him and said to him calmly, "I was thinking of establishing a force, but I didn't expect that." Xiaoran smiled bitterly, feeling a little defeated. "Even I haven't lit the divine fire yet, so don't be anxious." Wang Xian looked at Ji Lingfei beside him and smiled at her. Ji Lingfei knew that Wang Xian was observing her strength. Currently, her strength had already recovered to level 9 of the demigod realm. It would still be some time before her strength recovered. "Teacher, I received a piece of news." Suddenly, Ji Lingfei hesitated for a moment and said to Wang Xian, What news?" Wang Xian looked at her and asked, "According to the information I received, the gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace are preparing to attack the ancient land of darkness and hunt the demonic beasts of the godly state to increase their strength. The demonic cores of demonic beasts of the godly state are a rare treasure for godly state experts. The demonic cores can greatly increase a person's strength." Ji Lingfei's eyes flickered. "If you can obtain the demonic cores of demonic beasts, you might be able to ignite the divine fire. However, the ancient land of darkness will be very dangerous." Now, everyone knew that Xiaoran was the Dragon King's disciple. Currently, Longmen Academy was the leader of the few major academies. The stronger the Dragon King was, the greater the benefits it would bring to Xiaoran. Ji Lingfei also hoped that Wang Xian could ignite the divine fire as soon as possible. Attack the ancient lands of darkness? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. "Yes, teacher, you can bring Xiaoran and I to the ancient lands of darkness to hunt Yaoxia. If you can destroy the ancient lands of darkness, you will definitely be able to ignite the divine fire. Furthermore, according to the information I received, the strongest evil demon in the ancient land of darkness should not be stronger than the 3 wisps of divine fire." Ji Lingfei continued to speak to Wang Xian. "A god with 3 wisps of divine fire. Is there such a terrifying evil demon?" Xiaoran was slightly shocked, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Wang Xian looked at Ji Lingfei, and a look of deep thought appeared on his face. This news was obviously obtained from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. It could be considered confidential information. He hesitated for a moment and didn't make a decision immediately. Xiaoran and Ji Lingfei stayed here for a while before leaving. When they left the villa, Ji Lingfei frowned slowly. She had encountered some trouble recently. "Lingfei, what's wrong? Is there something unhappy?" Xiaoran looked at her frowning face and asked with concern. "I'm fine." Ji Lingfei smiled and shook her head. "Let's go back to the academy. The second batch of students are starting to enroll now. There are a few good geniuses who want to join our academy. Now, should we start harvesting the spoils of war or go to the dark ancient land?" Wang Xian watched Xiaoran and the rest leave as he looked at the ancient land of darkness 100 kilometers away. In the past 2 months, more than 20 gods had been born. It was completely out of his expectations. Among these gods, 9 of them were the ones who had obtained the dragon souls. Today, he had already started to consider whether he should harvest the spoils of war and collect the 9 dragon souls. It was very easy for Wang Xian to collect them. In this way, he could obtain 9 clones in an instant, and they were all clones that ignited a wisp of divine fire. With the nourishment, each of these 9 clones would have the ability to fight 3 levels higher. Should I collect them now or wait? The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. From his senses, These 9 true dragon sons of heaven were not simple. I should let them continue their cultivation. Wang Xian thought lightly. Qiqian. He shouted softly at Ao Jian. Dragon King. Ao Qiqian's figure immediately appeared at the side and bowed. Return to the Dragon Palace and call Ba Qi, Ao Qi, and the rest over. Also, bring 100 members of the Demon War Department over. Wang Xian ordered Ao Qiqian. It's the Dragon King. Ao Qiqian nodded respectfully and teleported away immediately. The news from Jilingfei should be correct. Since that's the case, let's go hunt down those demons and monsters to raise the strength of the Dragon Palace. Hee, now that the gods on earth have risen, let's also gradually transfer the power of the Dragon Palace over. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He had been here for 8 to 9 months. It was time for the disciples of the Dragon Palace to be gradually transferred over. Perhaps, before long, another Dragon Palace will be erected on the ocean and all the forces will come to pay their respects. Wang Xian looked at the ocean in front of him and slowly looked at the lofty palace in the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Greetings, Dragon King. Half an hour later, Ao Qiqian led Ba Qi, Ao Qi, and 100 members of the Demon War Department to the sky above the villa. They bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the members of the Dragon Palace, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After the last time they destroyed the Yamen god, Ao Qi and Ba Qi had already reached the peak of the demigod realm. With their strength, they could definitely fight against a god with a wisp of divine fire. As for these 100 members of the Demon War Department, each of them had the cultivation level of a level 7 demigod. They were holding metal clubs at the peak of the demigod level, and their power was extraordinary. Even a demigod at level 8 could fight and even kill them. These hundreds of members of the Demon War Department were the best in the Dragon Palace. Get ready. There will be a battle tomorrow. Emo Qinglong, go and inform Xiaoran. Tell them to get ready tomorrow. Wang Xian looked at the members of the Dragon Palace with satisfaction and transmitted his voice to Emo Qinglong. It's the Dragon King. Emo Qinglong replied immediately. It's time to have a good fight. Wang Xian stood at the edge of the villa and looked ahead. Behind him, Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, Ao Xing, Mu Ao Qi, and Ba Qi were standing quietly behind him. Behind them were more than 100 members of the Demon War Department. Along with Wang Xian, the power of 6 godly states would definitely shock all the forces if the world knew about it. Chapter 1926 1926 The Invasion of the Ancient Lands of Darkness. Lingfei, just now, Elder Emo sent us a message. Master said that he's going to attack the ancient lands of darkness tomorrow. He wants us to get ready. In a room not far away from Wang Xian's villa, Xiaoran came to the top floor and spoke to Jilingfei. Oh, Master has decided to go? Jilingfei was slightly delighted as a smile appeared on her face. What's wrong, Lingfei? Why are you so happy that teacher is preparing to go to the Dark Ancient Land? The Dark Ancient Land is very dangerous. Xiaoran saw Jilingfei's expression and was slightly surprised. Logically speaking, whether they went to the Dark Ancient Land or not did not have much of an impact on them. Is that so? If we go to the Dark Ancient Land, teacher will have the possibility of igniting the divine fire, and his strength will be one step closer. Our strength will also be able to increase. Jilingfei said to him with a smile. Yes, but with teacher's strength, isn't it a little risky to go to the Dark Ancient Land? Xiaoran frowned slightly. It shouldn't be a problem. Xiaoran, go and inform some of the disciples and students in the academy. Go with teacher tomorrow. Jilingfei smiled faintly and shook her head at him. Yes, all right. Xiaoran nodded and walked out. Sigh. Looking at Xiaoran's departing figure, Jilingfei sighed slightly. Wang. At this moment, she sensed that an item in her interspatial ring was trembling. Her expression changed slightly, and she immediately walked into the room. Wang. Jilingfei waved her arm, and a mystical mirror appeared in front of her. In the mirror, an old man with a dignified face appeared. Master. Looking at the old man in the mirror, She immediately bowed and shouted, "Have your senior brothers told you some things?" The old man looked down at Consort G and asked expressionlessly, "Master, I don't agree. Please think of your disciple. I don't even know Brown Warren of the Holy Church. All right, you can't do this. This is just a negotiation between us and the Templar Hall. You better get ready," Ji Lingfei said excitedly, but was interrupted by the old man. "Also, I heard from your senior that you are now hanging out with that native kid from that planet. You have to know your own identity. In the future, when I'm not around, you have to listen to your senior in everything. Tomorrow, you go to your senior brother's place. Your senior brother will tell you everything. All right, the consumption of long-distance communication is too great. Remember what your master said." The old man continued to speak to her, and then the scene disappeared. Ji Lingfei's expression changed slightly, and she clenched her fist unwillingly. Unless Xiao Ran can reach the deity realm, unless Master Xiao Ran's influence can be valued by Master, otherwise, she muttered weakly. The earth had changed, and the gods had risen. Recently, only 6 of the 4 major influences had become gods, and the rest were gods who had awakened. Those gods already had the power to threaten the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the other 3 influences. Now, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace wanted to ally with the Holy Church. And how to ally? I hope that Xiao Ran and his master can grow up as soon as possible. I hope. She clenched her fists tightly. Quick, quick, everyone get ready this time. We must use 200% of our strength. The Dragon King will take us to the dark ancient land. Haha. The dean said that we can't be careless this time. The dark ancient land has the existence of God realm demons. This time, even if we can follow the Dragon King and pick up some demonic cores, we can still make a big profit. Early the next morning, a group of elite students and disciples flew to the seaside in front of the Dragon Gate Academy. They looked excited and excited. The Dragon King had brought them into the dark ancient land to hunt demonic beasts. This was an expert who could kill gods. Lingfei, why did something happen to you all of a sudden? Yes, Sister Lingfei, why did you suddenly want to go back to the Lingxiao Palace? Xiao Ran, Lu Mingxin, Ji Lingfei, and Qing Qing were standing by the seaside. Xiao Ran and his sister frowned slightly and asked, "There are some things that I have to go back for. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. We'll contact each other by phone when the time comes." Ji Lingfei smiled at them. "Then come back as soon as possible." Xiao Ran hesitated for a moment and gently spread his arms. "Don't worry." Ji Lingfei smiled sweetly and hugged him gently. "I'll just go back for a while. Don't worry." She whispered in Xiao Ran's ear and gently pecked his face. "Okay." Xiao Ran smiled foolishly and watched Ji Lingfei and the others fly toward the Lingxiao Palace. "Hee, sister-in-law, take care." Lu Mingxin shouted at Ji Lingfei from the side. Ji Lingfei waved at her. "Dean, Dean." At this moment, the elite students and disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy rushed over. There were a total of over 1,000 people. All of them were experts at the profound void tier. Ever since the 5 Great Academies competition, Gate 9 Academy had been destroyed, and Dragon Gate Academy had obtained the first place in the competition, becoming the leader of the 4 Great Academies. The Lingfeng Academy was ranked second. Now, it had replaced the Gate 9 Academy and become one of the 3 academies. After the competition, the matter of the headmaster of the Dragon Gate Academy becoming the disciple of the Dragon King was also exposed. Since then, many strong people joined the Dragon Gate Academy and became the disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy. Now, the Dragon Gate Academy had more than 1,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. "Stand here and wait." Xiao Ran looked at the group of disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy and revealed a satisfied expression on his face. He was very satisfied that the Dragon Gate Academy was able to develop to such a stage in such a short period of time. However, recently, many people had lit divine flames and become gods, causing him to be somewhat disheartened. "It's the headmaster." Everyone immediately nodded respectfully. They looked forward and waited for the arrival of the Dragon King. "He's here. The Dragon King is here. It's so exciting to get close to the Dragon King." Not long after, figures appeared in everyone's sight. Huh. Xiao Ran looked over and was slightly stunned when he saw Ba Qi, Ao Qi, and the group of demon monkeys. Master, teacher. Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin immediately went up and greeted respectfully. Greetings, Dragon King. At the back, a group of Dragon Gate Academy's disciples and students immediately knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. With the current status and strength of the Dragon King, he was worthy of their worship. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. His gaze swept across the 1,000 people from Dragon Gate Academy. Sensing the Dragon King's gaze, everyone didn't dare to raise their heads. They were all very respectful. Kick these 50 over people out of the academy. The rest will follow. Wang Xian waved his arm, and more than 50 of them were immediately moved to the side by him. Huh. Xiao Ran saw the 50 over people who were moved to the side by Wang Xian. He was slightly stunned and did not understand. However, he did not ask further. He immediately nodded his head. What's the situation? The group of Dragon Gate Academy's disciples and students were slightly stunned. They were filled with astonishment. Chapter 1927. 1927, Under the Might of Dragon King 1927. What was going on? The more than 50 people who were called to the side by Wang Xian were slightly stunned. Their expressions instantly turned ugly. The expressions of a few of them changed slightly. Dragon King, we have been loyal ever since we joined Dragon Gate Academy. Why did you kick us out? What did we do wrong? A young man stood up directly. His expression changed slightly as he questioned Wang Xian. Let's go. Wang Xian didn't even look at the young man as he spoke to Xiao Ran and the rest. It's Master. Xiao Ran nodded and gestured to the students and disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy. Dragon King, we? Swoosh. At the back, the young man's expression changed slightly when he saw that Wang Xian didn't even bother with him. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sword pierced through his body instantly. Cough, cough. The young man's body froze immediately. He widened his eyes slightly and was filled with disbelief. Buzz. The golden sharp sword trembled slightly and his entire body dissipated. This? At the back, more than 50 people saw the young man being reduced to ashes instantly. Their pupils contracted slightly and they trembled for a moment. Some of them exchanged glances and fled into the distance. Gulp. Dragon King, what is this? The members of the Dragon Gate Academy were slightly shocked. They were filled with doubts. Some people are disloyal and have other motives. Wang Xian spoke to Xiao Ran indifferently. He had the heart of light and darkness and could see if some people were loyal. He could tell at a glance if there were people who were disloyal. However, he did not explain to those people. There was no need for him to explain. Thank you, Master. Xiao Ran immediately said gratefully when he heard Wang Xian's words. He did not have any doubts about his master's words. Moreover, his master would not target those 50-odd people whom he had never met for no reason. The students and disciples of Longmin Academy behind them did not need Wang Xian to explain to them. They were whispering that the Dragon King might have noticed that those people were up to no good. That was why he had expelled them. In this regard, the thousands of students of the Dragon Gate Academy nodded in agreement. Sometimes, when a powerhouse did something, there was no need to explain. Someone would help to explain. Why isn't your girlfriend, Jiling Fei, here? Wang Xian asked Xiao Ran indifferently. Master, she has some matters to attend to. She has returned to the Lingxiao treasured palace. Xiao Ran said with a slightly red face. Hee. Wang Xian smiled. The group of them quickly walked toward the nearest dark ancient land. The dark ancient land in the ocean was only a few hundred kilometers away from Wang Xian. It was not far from them. After more than 10 minutes, a group of more than 1,000 people approached quickly. Around the dark ancient land, there were ferocious demonic beasts scattered around. When they saw Wang Xian and the rest approaching, they attacked in a frenzy. Hiss! There are many demigod-level demonic beasts in the surroundings. If we come here, we would be courting death. Is this the cave of the dark ancient land? It's so terrifying inside. There's a terrifying force coming from it. The disciples and students of the Dragon Gate Academy took a deep breath when they saw the location in front of them. Their eyes were filled with fear. Located above an island, there was a pitch-black hole that was so dark that one could not see the bottom. The dark energy seeped out from the hole, causing the area within a few thousand meters to be pitch black. From time to time, there would be ferocious demonic beasts crawling out from the hole. They ranged from the transcendent level to the demigod level. Roar! Without needing Wang Xian's order, the two members of the Demon War Department let out a low roar and charged out from behind them. Bang, bang, bang. The two demon monkeys were also emitting extremely violent dark energy. They held weapons at the peak of the demigod level in their hands and smashed them towards Yao Xie. Bang, bang, bang. With a swing of their clubs, a demigod-level demon beast was smashed to death. The terrifying demonic aura and violent strength caused the surrounding Yao Xie to tremble. Hiss, so strong. Are those the subordinates of the Dragon King? Two of them are already so terrifying. This, a demigod-level demonic demon with one staff and that violent aura from his body. He's simply too powerful. When the students of the Dragon Gate Academy saw the terrifying attacks of the demon monkeys, their eyes widened slightly and their hearts trembled. Just two demon monkeys were already so powerful. What about the rest? Were they also this powerful? Their gazes looked at the 100+ experts behind the Dragon King as their eyes flickered. Go in. Xiaoran, you guys stay behind. I will leave some demons below the demigod level for you. Wang Xian looked at the center of the dark, ancient land. The entrance was 2,000 meters wide, and even he couldn't see the bottom of the abyss. He spoke to Xiaoran and walked straight in. The members of the Dragon Palace immediately followed behind. Everyone, be careful. You will be fighting some demons below the demigod level next. With your strength, there is a possibility of death. Be on your guard. Xiaoran reminded the students of the Longmen Academy and followed behind Wang Xian. What a deep cave entrance. I wonder how big this dark kingdom is. After entering the cave entrance, Wang Xian swept his gaze downwards. In some spots inside the cave entrance, pairs of blood-red eyes were staring at them. Roar, roar, roar. A brutal sound rang out, and the demonic beasts inside the cave directly attacked them. Roar. A few demon monkeys immediately went up to them, and the weapons in their hands smashed heavily onto their bodies. The demigod-level demonic beasts' corpses were directly kept into the interspatial ring. As for the transcendent-level profound void-level demonic beasts, they were directly left to the people of Dragon Gate Academy. This made all the students and disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy look excited. Roar, roar, roar. Continuous roars could be heard throughout the entire passageway. There were even hundreds of demigod-level demons. This is just the entrance, and there are already hundreds of demigod-level demons. Doesn't that mean there are tens of thousands of them inside? Wang Xian walked towards the front indifferently. He didn't know much about this dark, ancient land. He was sure that he knew a lot about the fallen gods. However, Wang Xian wasn't afraid at all. The divine light from the divine mountain could suppress the demons in the dark, ancient land. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. After advancing for about 3 kilometers, an extremely huge space appeared in front of them. The interior of the Dark God Kingdom was like a bee's nest. It was similar to a cave. There were many densely packed caves in there. The densely packed void continued to extend forward. One could not see the end of it. It was at least a few hundred kilometers. The moment they entered the void, blood-red eyes stared at them. It was horrible. Chapter 1928 1928 True Dragon Son of Heaven Song Li Shang. Is this the lair of the dark ancient land's demonic beasts? How can it be so terrifying? Hiss, just how many demonic beasts are there? When everyone stood at the edge of the entrance, the people from Dragon Gate Academy looked inside in shock. Especially when they saw those densely packed blood-red eyes, they felt their scalps go numb. Those blood-red eyes were filled with cruelty and cold-bloodedness as they stared at them coldly and mercilessly. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze across the surrounding caves and the demonic beasts inside. It seems that there are at least tens of millions of demonic beasts in the Kingdom of Darkness. Those demonic beasts of the divine realm should be located in the deepest part of the kingdom. Wang Xian looked at the interior of the divine kingdom and was slightly shocked. Looking at the nests, he felt a sense of familiarity. The dragon caves in the Dragon Palace were similar to this place. However, the difference was that the dragon caves in the Dragon Palace emitted a vast and majestic aura and a divine dragon aura. The nests in the interior only had bloodiness and brutality. Before the celestial race and the insect race were destroyed, there were no such dragon nests in the Dragon Palace. These dragon nests originated from the insect nests. These demonic nests are similar to the insect nests. I wonder what the relationship is between the two. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Roar, roar, roar. Just as he was deep in thought, the demonic beasts with blood-red eyes in front of him let out a roar in unison and attacked him. Some of them had bone wings, some had more than 10 legs, and some had long tails. However, the strength of these demons were mostly at the transcendent level. Attack! Xiao Ran looked at the tens of thousands of demons pouncing at them and immediately ordered the people from Dragon Gate Academy. It's the Dean. The disciples of Dragon Gate Academy revealed excited expressions in their eyes. They could easily deal with these supernatural level demons. The demon cores of supernatural level demons were also a huge fortune to them. There should be some low-level demons at the edge. I'll bring the disciples of the Dragon Palace to the deeper areas. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings indifferently and said to Xiao Ran before walking straight ahead. It's Master. Xiao Ran nodded. Together with the disciples of the Dragon Gate, they quickly killed the surrounding demons. Wang Xian and the disciples of the Dragon Palace walked straight into the inner area. The surrounding demons attacked one by one. They were killed by the demon monkey with a sweep. With a simple attack, more than 1,000 demons were killed. Master's subordinates are so strong. They are even stronger than me. From the back, Xiao Ran glanced at the position in front of him and looked at the demon monkey. He was extremely shocked. Any random disciple of the Dragon Palace had strength that was even stronger than him. Kill. He clenched his teeth and his body shook. The terrifying flames immediately covered a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Headmaster is mighty. Headmaster is too strong, haha. The group of Dragon Gate Academy disciples immediately shouted excitedly when they saw the headmaster showing off his might. Quickly put away the monster core and follow. Xiao Ran immediately ordered. Yes, quickly take out the monster core. Haha, quickly, follow behind the Dragon King and the others. With the headmaster and the Dragon King around, our Dragon Gate Academy will be rich this time. Excited voices sounded one after another. After everyone put away the monster core, they immediately walked forward. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they opened their mouths slightly. The Dragon King and his entourage of more than 100 people walked forward as if they were taking a stroll under the setting sun. The surrounding nests were densely packed with countless monsters that pounced on them. However, on the left and right sides, there were only 2 demon monkeys holding black cudgels. With a sweep, all the monsters that pounced on them died. This scene shocked them beyond words. How strong are the subordinates of the Dragon King? Everyone was shocked. Get rid of the fish that escaped the net? At this moment, Xiao Ran's voice sounded. Everyone rushed forward to attack the demons in front of them. They were all excited. This time, after killing all the demons, their strength could at least increase by 1 level or even more. Wang Xian led the disciples of the Dragon Palace deeper into the Divine Kingdom. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements swept across the entire Divine Kingdom of Darkness. In this place, there were no other creatures other than densely packed caves on the surrounding walls. The deeper they went, the higher the level of the demonic demons. When they walked for about 50 kilometers, they were surrounded by demonic demons of the insightful void tier. The variety of demonic beasts was also more abundant, but the number of demonic beasts had decreased by a lot. However, there were still millions of demonic beasts. At the back, The people from the Dragon Gate Academy were already finding it difficult to hunt down the demonic beasts one by one. All members of the Demon War Department take action and collect all the corpses. Wang Xian took a glance at the back and ordered more than 100 members of the Demon War Department to take action after leaving them with more than 10,000 insightful void-tier demonic beasts. It's the Dragon King. Roar. The 100 demon monkeys let out a furious roar at the same time. Their violent voices reverberated throughout the entire divine kingdom. They waved the clubs in their hands and swept toward the demons in front of them. The 100 demons were able to fight a terrifying battle that was comparable to a demigod level 8. It was an easy feat for them to sweep away a group of insightful void-level demons. They swept across more than 100 kilometers, and more than 2 million demons died in their hands. Wang Xian walked in the center. With a wave of his arm, the phantoms of the divine shadow dragon kingdom appeared and stored the corpses of the demons into the dragon palace. Even though they were all demons of the void interpretation level, there were more than 2 million of them. It was still a terrifying amount of resources. In the magnificent dragon pool, streams of dragon blood flowed in. The members of the dragon palace immersed themselves in the dragon pool to increase their strength. Heavenly troops and heavenly generals, let's go. Just as Wang Xian and the rest were hunting demonic beasts in the Dark Kingdom, a majestic voice sounded from the East Heaven Gate of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. At this moment, a group of gods led 100,000 heavenly troops and heavenly generals to fly toward a dark, ancient land. After adding a few god-level powerhouses in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, the gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace were ready to attack the Dark Kingdom. Once they took down a dark god kingdom, if all the resources inside were used to create godly state experts, at least 2 or 3 people would be able to advance to the godly state. This caused them to directly mobilize all the forces of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, more than a dozen gods and 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. The Lingxiao Treasured Palace has mobilized all its forces to attack a dark god kingdom. TSK. At this moment, in the sky above an ocean, a young man proudly looked at the group of gods and heavenly soldiers. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said indifferently, "Brother Song, they have at least 10 gods and 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to attack a dark divine kingdom. Isn't our strength a little too little? Why don't we find a few more people?" A middle-aged man in golden armor stood beside the young man. His entire body was filled with boundless power. Behind him were over 1,000 silver-armored soldiers. Behind the other young man was a group of disciples from the 4 mountain factions. Chapter 1929. 1929, True Dragon Son of Heaven Song Lixia. Hehe, brotherly, looks like you were a little weak in the past. I entered that dark divine kingdom over 100,000 years ago, and I remember it very clearly. At that time, I killed more than 20 divine realm demonic beasts, and there were definitely not more than 3 that could be revived. With my current strength, I can deal with them. In the sky above the sea, the young man arrogantly said to the golden-armored middle-aged man. The young man was wearing green clothes. The picture of a divine dragon was engraved on his clothes, and his body was filled with a fierce aura. It's good that you are confident. I don't want to die again after being resurrected. The golden-armored middle-aged man said to him indifferently. Haha, with me, Songli, here, brotherly, don't worry. The young man in dragon robe revealed a strong sense of confidence, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. We of the Finger Sky Mountain believe in the strength of Lord Dragon God. If we destroy that ancient land of darkness, Lord Dragon God's strength will definitely increase. Behind Songli, the disciples of the Finger Sky Mountain said respectfully from the side, Lord Dragon God has already ignited the divine fire and obtained the dragon soul. Once, 2 wisps of divine fire demonic evil rushed out from that ancient land of darkness. With your strength, Lord, you can easily kill it. The mountain lord of Sky Finger Mountain, Wei Haoga, who was ranked 2nd on the prodigy roll, also respectfully flattered him. Brother Song's strength is unquestionable. Since Brother Song is so confident, let's go over. The golden-armored god looked at Songli with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. The Dragon King used the unignited divine fire realm to forcefully kill the Yaman god of the pyramid, shaking the entire world. After that, everyone guessed that the Dragon King was so powerful because he had obtained the Dragon Soul. Now that Songli had obtained the Dragon Soul and condensed the body of a true dragon, coupled with his previous experience as a god, it was bound to be even more terrifying. It was almost 100% possible to fight above one's level. It was even very likely that it would be very easy to kill the god who had ignited 2 wisps of divine fire. Let's go. Song Li's eyes flickered with intense confidence as divine light spread out from his body. Buzz. With a wave of his arm, he led everyone to teleport forward. When their figures appeared next to a dark ancient land, a surprised voice sounded from their mouths. Someone has already entered the dark divine kingdom before us. The golden-armored middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he scanned his surroundings. His gaze landed on Songli. They aren't from the pyramid, the fire god palace, or the holy church. They should be from other gods. I wonder how many of them are there. Interesting. But that's good too. They have saved us a lot of time. Let's go. Songli said indifferently. His face was filled with intense confidence. The golden-armored, middle-aged man nodded. In the current earth, no god would be a match for the true dragon son of heaven. So, the group of people moved and quickly flew inside. Because there was no evil at the entrance, the group of people moved very quickly and soon arrived inside the divine kingdom. Seeing the vast divine kingdom that was like a beehive, the people behind them sucked in a deep breath of cold air. TSK. He even took away a transcendent-level demonic core. He should be from a god faction. Could it be that fellow from the celestial race? Song Li's gaze swept past the demonic corpse in front of him and continued flying forward. So many demonic corpses. Even if they are at the transcendent level, they are still a huge fortune. The group of disciples from Skyfinger Mountain looked over with burning eyes. They followed behind the golden-armored middle-aged man and flew forward. There's someone in front. When they flew about 100 kilometers, the sound of fighting could be heard. Song Li and the golden-armored middle-aged man looked at each other, their eyes shining with a divine light as they looked inside. Buzz, 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 buzz. The two of them sped up and arrived in front of the group. Haha, this is too awesome. Everyone, put in more effort. There are still over 3,000 beasts. Kill them. The two of them floated in front of them. The excited voices of the Dragon Gate disciples could be heard from the front. At this moment, Xiao Ran suddenly turned around and looked at the two people in the sky. His pupils could not help but narrow slightly. He swept his gaze behind him and saw that there were still a few hundred people flying over from behind. Boom! Xiao Ran waved his arm, and terrifying flames separated the people of Dragon Gate Academy from Yao Xie temporarily. Who are you people? He asked the few hundred people behind him with some vigilance. His gaze flickered as he looked at Song Li and the golden-armored middle-aged man. Dragon Gate Academy? Wei Haoge, who was at the back, saw Xiao Ran. He raised his brows slightly and said softly, Dragon Gate Academy? The disciple of the Dragon King. Did the Dragon King bring you here? The golden-armored middle-aged man's gaze fell behind Xiao Ran and looked toward the interior of the divine kingdom of darkness as he asked faintly, Everyone, may I know why you are here? Xiao Ran cupped his hands toward them and asked with a frown, I'm asking you a question. Did the Dragon King bring you here? Song Li looked at Xiao Ran indifferently and said coldly. At the same time, a wave of dragon might from his body covered Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's expression changed. He spat out blood and his face turned pale. Dean, brother. Everyone from Dragon Gate Academy was shocked and quickly came to Xiao Ran's side. My master is indeed inside. My master should not have any enmity with you, right? Xiao Ran wiped his hands and waved at the people from Dragon Gate Academy. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Song Li, Naturally, there is no enmity. I am just a little curious as to what the Dragon King, who is known as the head of the true dragon, is capable of. Haha. Song Li smiled and a mighty aura spread out from his body. Lord Dragon God, among the group of Dragon Soul recipients, only the Dragon King has yet to ignite the divine fire. In front of you, he naturally doesn't have the right to be called the head of the true dragon. Wei Haoge respectfully flattered him from behind. Hee, this Dragon King can kill a god. Presumably, he has already obtained the Dragon Soul for a long time, but he is somewhat useless and has yet to ignite the divine fire. Song Li's face revealed a faint smile as he commented, "It's already a great opportunity for the Dragon King to obtain the Dragon Soul. How is it possible for him to become a god after more than 10 years? The golden-armored middle-aged man said expressionlessly. They had all cultivated to become gods in the past, and every single one of them had spent thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This time, they had fallen and resurrected because they had the cultivation experience of the past. Igniting the divine fire was not that easy. Haha, I've long wanted to meet that Dragon King. Today, I'll get to know this legendary figure." Song Li laughed loudly. He saw the area that was separated by the flames and waved his hand. Roar! 100-meter-long wind dragon condensed from the wind attribute roared and blew out the flames. The thousands of demonic beasts were instantly killed. "Brother Xiao Ran, you must have obtained a lot of demonic cores. Please give them to us." Wei Haoge looked at the demonic beasts' corpses on the ground and saw that many of the demonic cores had been dug out. He pursed his lips and said with shining eyes. Chapter 1930 1930 True Dragon 1. Brother Xiao Ran, you have obtained quite a number of demon cores, so please give them to us. In the Dark God country, Wei Haoge's voice suddenly rang out, causing Xiao Ran and the people from the Dragon Gate Academy to be slightly stunned. Very quickly, Xiao Ran and the others' expressions slowly turned ugly. "Finger Sky Mountain, don't go too far. These demon cores were all obtained by us." A disciple of the Dragon Gate Academy roared angrily. Hee, brotherly, let's go meet that Dragon King. I wonder where his confidence comes from. He actually barged into this dark, ancient land alone and relied on that divine weapon. Song Li swept his gaze over and ignored him as he spoke to the golden-armored middle-aged man. Divine weapon? A trace of greed flickered in the golden-armored middle-aged man's eyes. He quickly nodded and gestured to the group of silver-armored subordinates behind him before flying forward. The silver-armored middle-aged man's gaze slowly looked at the people from Dragon Gate Academy as his body emitted a powerful aura. Wave after wave of demigod level might erupted and charged towards Xiao Ran and the others. Among them, there were a few silver-armored middle-aged men whose might was not weaker than Xiao Ran's. Haha, Principal Xiao Ran, take out the demon nucleus. Don't force us to make a move. Wei Haoge laughed loudly and said to Xiao Ran with his head slightly raised. Give them the demon cores. Xiao Ran sensed the powerful aura of the silver-armored cultivator and growled at his subordinates with an extremely ugly expression. Dean. Some people gritted their teeth with unwillingness on their faces and threw all the demon cores in their hands to them. Haha, don't be so unwilling. The items in this dark, ancient land don't belong to you. The items here belong to our Lord Dragon God and Lord Golden God. As for the so-called Dragon King, you have to stand aside. If that Dragon King doesn't know what's good for him, who knows? Hee. The corners of Wei Haoge's mouth slightly curled up as he smiled at Xiao Ran and the others. Put away the demon cores on the ground and give half to the silver-armored cultivators. We'll go find Lord Dragon God and the others. He ordered the disciples. It's the Mountain Master. The hundreds of disciples of Sky Finger Mountain excitedly picked up the demon cores on the ground and flew into the dark divine kingdom. Damn it, they stole all of our demon cores. Headmaster, are we going to let them go just like that? A disciple of Dragon Gate Academy said angrily as he watched them leave. That youth in the dragon robe just now looks like the true dragon son of heaven. Song Li brother, teacher won't be in any trouble, right? Lu Mingxin looked at their departing figures and revealed a worried expression. True dragon son of heaven, Song Li? The expressions of the students of the Dragon Gate Academy also changed slightly. That golden-armored youth is also a divine dragon. However, the leaders beside teacher should also be quite strong. Xiaoran's expression changed. He did not know exactly how strong his master was, but just as the outside world knew, his master did not light the divine fire. If his master really obtained the dragon soul to have such powerful strength, then the true dragon son of heaven Songli who lit the divine fire must also be very powerful. He was not sure if his master was Songli's match. What should we do? Although the Dragon King is strong, he didn't ignite the divine fire. The surrounding disciples of Dragon Gate Academy also revealed anxious expressions. Let's go. Xiaoran clenched his teeth and followed the sky-pointing mountain and the silver-armored cultivators. Let's go. The members of Dragon Gate Academy immediately followed behind, their eyes filled with worry as they flew inside. Roar, roar, roar. About 200 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Darkness, more than 100 members of the Demon War Department were fighting at a terrifying speed. Around them, many demigod-level demons were being slaughtered rapidly. We're almost at the deepest part. Wang Xian, Ao Xingmu, Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, Ao Qi, and Ba Qi stood there quietly. They did not make a move from the beginning to the end. For the time being, there was no evil that could make them make a move. At the end of the altar, there were more than 10 huge nests. 3 of them were emitting a dark luster. At the center of the end, there was something similar to a dark altar. On top of the altar, there were dozens of praying mats. Wang Xian looked at the altar curiously. Swoosh! At this moment, an extremely terrifying shadow attacked them. The shadow was not very big. It was only about 2 meters in size. It had 8 legs, and each of its legs had extremely sharp blades. It almost teleported and attacked Wang Xian, who was in the middle. Huh! Wang Xian looked at the evil demon who was attacking him calmly. Its speed is pretty fast. However, it is still much slower compared to the Ao demon. His eyes met with the evil demon's. When the evil demon saw Wang Xian's calm expression, it had a bad premonition in its heart. GG! It let out a sharp cry and immediately turned around. Bang! However, at this moment, an incomparably huge dark palm that was filled with scales and horns gripped its body tightly. Dragon King, a wisp of divine fire, Yao Xie. Ao Qitian stared at the Yao Xie in his hand and said, "Save me." The Yao Xie sensed Ao Qitian's terrifying power and roared in fear. Roar! Humans, how dare you intrude into our lair? I'm going to eat you. A wild roar was heard, and at the end of the Dark Kingdom, 2 huge bodies flew out. One of them had 3 eyes, a long tail, and a body full of sharp thorns. The blood-red eyes of the lizard-like demonic beast were staring at them. The other demonic beast was as big as a snake. There was only one pale white eye on its head, and there were many sharp thorns on its upper body. Each of their bodies was 3 to 4 kilometers long. The first demonic beast was the terrifying existence that attacked the Ling Shao treasure palace. 2 demonic beasts that are comparable to 2 wisps of divine fire. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the 2 demonic beasts and landed on the demonic beast in Ao Qitian's hand. He waved his arm and the shadow of the Dragon Nation flashed past. The demonic beast that had just attacked them died instantly and entered the Dragon Palace. Roar! When the 2 demonic beasts saw their comrades being killed instantly, their eyes revealed a look of fear. Although demonic beasts were extremely brutal, demonic beasts of the godly state were not lacking in intelligence. The group of people in front of them posed a great threat to them. They bent their bodies slightly and stared at Wang Xian and the rest warily. TSK, TSK, TSK. They actually came to the deepest part of the cave. 2 demonic beasts that are comparable to 2 wisps of divine fire. It's just as I expected. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked behind him. Chapter 1931 1931 True Dragon? 2. There were 2 figures. One of them was dressed in a green dragon robe. His face was filled with confidence and pride. The other was a middle-aged man who was dressed in golden armor. A golden radiance enveloped his entire body. The two of them swept their gaze across the two demons at the end of the line. They revealed a relaxed expression on their faces. Song Li. When Wang Xian saw the expression of the young man dressed in a green dragon robe, a faint smile appeared on his face. He knew this young man, but the other party might not know him. If Wang Xian remembered correctly, he was the seventh god to obtain the dragon soul. He was also a god who had fallen before. More than a month ago, he condensed the true form of the divine wind dragon and ignited the divine fire. From Song Li's body, he could feel a very familiar aura. Dragon King? As he was sizing up the other party, Song Li also looked at him slowly. His face was filled with curiosity and mockery. The son of heaven of the true dragon, Song Li? The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at him with a hint of evil humor. Haha, I didn't expect the Dragon King to know my name. It's such an honor. However, it seems that you've encountered some trouble, Dragon King. Two demonic demons that can rival two wisps of divine fire. I wonder how you're going to deal with them? Song Li looked at Wang Xian and laughed out loud. He didn't put Wang Xian and the two demonic beasts in his eyes at all. May I know why you two are here? Wang Xian's expression didn't change at all when he heard what Song Li said. He asked faintly, I'm here to hunt down the demonic beasts and find some treasures along the way. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise this time. The golden-armored middle-aged man was also sizing up Wang Xian. His eyes sparkled. Oh! Wang Xian saw the greed in his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly. Dragon King, go and attack these two demonic beasts. Let me see your strength and let me see what you can do as the leader of the true dragons. At this moment, Song Li, who was hovering high in the air, suddenly said to Wang Xian. There was a hint of an order in his voice. Why should I let you witness my strength? Wang Xian looked at him and said calmly. These two people in front of him had some ulterior motives. Haha, since you're not going, I'll go then. Song Li didn't get angry at all when he heard his words. Instead, he laughed out loud. His cold gaze swept across the two demonic beasts that were comparable to two wisps of divine flames. Roar! Roar! He raised his head and let out a wild roar. A wave of dragon might filled the surroundings. I am the Wind Divine Dragon. Today, you are fortunate enough to witness my strength. Ha ha ha. He let out an excited roar and spread his arms. Under the somewhat shocked gaze of the golden-armored middle-aged man, his figure slowly transformed into a divine dragon. The divine dragon was 2,000 meters long and had powerful and dazzling green scales. Its horns were like deer, its head was like a camel, its eyes were like a rabbit, its neck was like a snake, its belly was like a clam, its scales were like fish, its claws were like an eagle, its paws were like a tiger, and its ears were like an ox. Unlike the other divine dragons, the Wind Divine Dragon had a pair of green and tough dragon wings. The Wind Divine Dragon was the only divine dragon among the divine dragons that had wings. Their speed was the fastest among all the divine dragons. A majestic and vast aura emanated from his body. Crash! The dragon wings spread out and made a sound. It was as powerful as a prison. Song Li used the body of the wind god dragon and swept his majestic gaze across the golden-armored middle-aged man, Wang Xian, and the rest. Then, he slowly looked at the two evildoers in front of him. Roar! Roar! The two demons could feel the powerful pressure from Song Li's body. Their eyes revealed a hint of seriousness and fear. They let out a low roar and could not help but take a few steps back. Roar! 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 Song Li's eyes were filled with excitement as he let out a wild roar. As he felt the powerful force coming from his body, a strong sense of confidence shot out from his eyes. Two little demons, go to hell. He waved his huge dragon tail and attacked the two demons directly. The entire interior of the Kingdom of Darkness was instantly covered by the green wind attribute energy. The golden-armored middle-aged man hurriedly retreated to the back. Let's retreat and see his strength, Wang Xian said to Aoqitian and the rest. He also retreated to the back. He was smiling as he looked at Song Li's divine dragon body and its powerful aura. He also wanted to know how strong Song Li was. How strong was that divine dragon body? Roar! I will tear you apart. Furious roars came out from the mouths of the two demonic beasts. Their similarly huge bodies attacked Song Li directly. As demonic beasts, the most powerful thing was their physical bodies. At the same time, ordinary demonic beasts possessed powerful poisons and corrosive abilities. The two demonic beasts directly pounced towards Song Li's divine dragon body. A physical battle? Then I'll let you bunch of beasts experience the body of a divine dragon. When Song Li saw the two demonic beasts attacking him, there was not a hint of fear on his face. In fact, he even waved his huge tail and charged towards the demonic beasts. Boom! Bang, bang, bang! The divine dragon waved its tail, and its huge tail charged towards the demonic beasts. A metallic sound rang out from the collision. The entire body of the demonic beasts was made of bones and sharp spikes. However, Song Li's divine dragon body, the scales that were emitting green light, and the dragon tail that was supported by the dragon bones, were not afraid at all. The terrifying collision was 1 against 2. The two demonic beasts were instead sent flying backwards. Although Song Li's body was also sent flying backwards, it was obvious that he was at an advantage. Roar, roar! I'll let you guys experience the domain of the Wind Divine Dragon. Song Li roared excitedly. The green energy around him enveloped the entire 50 kilometers radius. The two demonic beasts slowly lowered their bodies. Waves of dark energy surged on their bodies. Their bloody eyes stared at Song Li anxiously. Wind Dragon roar. Song Li flapped his huge dragon wings. The wind elemental energy in the surroundings began to go berserk. Countless amounts of energy condensed into the shadows of wind dragons and attacked demonic beasts directly. Roar! 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 When the two Yaoxie saw more than 10 wind dragons that were thousands of meters in size charging at them, they opened their mouths and a black liquid that looked like sulfuric acid attacked the wind dragons that were condensed from energy. Sizzle! 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 A strong corrosion came over and the wind dragons were corroded. This is only the beginning. Song Li opened his mouth slightly when he saw this. He flapped his wings again, and immediately, more than 10 wind dragons formed and attacked once again. What's going on in the depths? Is the Lord God fighting? It's the Lord Dragon God's voice. Quick, quick, let's go take a look. At that moment, the people from Sky Mountain and the silver-armored cultivators approached from behind. When they sensed the sounds of battle coming from inside, they all sped up and rushed over. Behind them, Xiao Ran and the others from Dragon Gate Academy also sped up. A hint of worry appeared on their faces. That's right. When they came to the depths and saw the divine dragon and the two demonic beasts fighting, they were slightly shocked. Chapter 1932 1932 True Dragon 3. A wind god dragon that was 2,000 to 3,000 meters long waved its tail and long dragon wings. As the dragon wings flapped, more than 10 enormous wind dragons formed and attacked the two evildoers. The violent wind dragons were very lifelike and had an extremely powerful pressure. The people from Sky Mountain and the silver-armored cultivator looked around and their eyes fell on the majestic dragon god. They took a deep breath. That's Lord Dragon God. Lord Dragon God is fighting two demons alone. That demon with the bone wings is like a lizard. He's the one who attacked the Lingxiao treasured palace. This demon seems to be comparable to 2 wisps of divine fire. The other demon is no weaker than the bone-winged lizard demon. These are 2 gods that are comparable to 2 wisps of divine fire. Lord Dragon God is fighting 2 invincible demons alone. The people of Sky Finger Mountain looked at the invincible wind god dragon with heated expressions. Fighting against 2 wisps of divine fire Yao Xiao alone was a strength that even the Ling Xiao Palace had to be wary of. Hiss, that true dragon son of heaven Song Li is so strong. He can fight against two powerful Yao Xie alone. Also, he can turn into the legendary divine dragon of China. Is the true dragon son of heaven so strong? Why do I feel that his strength is even more terrifying than our dragon kings? The people from the Dragon Gate Academy took a deep breath when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even when the Dragon King killed the Yamen god, he wasn't this strong. Kiki, Dragon King. The poison on these demons can threaten gods. I'll get some later. At the side, Ba Qi looked at the demonic beasts in front of him and said with a smile, "Sure." Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. Ba Qi was in charge of the department. Now that Amo Sha had joined forces with the two old cowards, the current system department of the Dragon Palace was unusually powerful. At their current position, the two of them had already developed toxins that could threaten godly state experts. This was a significant improvement to the strength of the Dragon Palace. When the toxin created by Ba Qi and the rest allowed the Fire Hammer clan to completely integrate it into their weapons and daggers, it could produce an extremely terrifying effect. This was especially so for the Strange Demon clan and the Heavenly Eye Arrow clan. It was a qualitative improvement. He looked at Song Li's Wind God Dragon body with a satisfied expression. The dragon soul of the land of the Nine Dragons was originally the land of the dragon veins. After receiving the blood of the divine dragon from Wang Xian, it gained sentience. In addition to the true god that Song Li had condensed, it could be said that this divine wind dragon in front of him, other than not having the divine dragon transformation, which was the cultivation method of the dragon race, was not much different from an ordinary divine dragon. At the very least, with the body of the divine dragon, he could easily fight against opponents of a higher level. In addition, Song Li was once a godly state expert and had a wealth of experience. There was no pressure for him to fight against two wisps of demonic fire. In fact, with his current strength, he could even fight against the god of the divine fire on the third floor. This was Song Li's strength, and also his ability to be arrogant and superior. Wind Divine Dragon, Wind Tornado. At this moment, Song Li's explosive voice sounded once again. He flapped his huge wings, and two wind dragons slowly flew out from them. These two divine dragons were obviously more powerful and terrifying than the divine dragons formed by the wind attributes just now. The two divine dragons were entangled together, and the speed of their entanglement was getting faster and faster. In front of them, they formed a dragon head with a radius of about 20 kilometers. The dragon opened its mouth and attacked the two demonic beasts. The two demonic beasts barely managed to resist the attack just now. When they faced the tornado that was attacking them again, their eyes showed fear. Roar, roar, roar. They kept retreating, all the way to the side of their nest. Roar, roar, roar. The two demonic beasts let out brutal roars again, and the nest behind them suddenly exploded with an extremely dense dark energy. Roar. The two evildoers jumped heavily and attacked the dragon head at the front of the tornado. Behind them, the nest seemed to be following them. Within the pitch-black nest, dark energy condensed into all sorts of evildoers and tore at the dragon head within a 20-kilometer radius. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of an explosion rang out, and the tornado quickly dissipated under the attacks of the two evildoers. Did they use the power of the dark lair? Song Li looked at the dark lair behind them, and a cold expression appeared on his face. In that case, Storm God Valley, suppress it. With a dragon's roar, he raised his dragon head high, and a Storm God Valley appeared behind him. The valley within a radius of 50 kilometers was filled with dense wind elemental energy. This was Song Li's divine kingdom, Dragon Plate. Song Li came to the sky above the divine kingdom and settled down in the middle. Waves of wind elemental energy surged towards his body. His divine dragon body was slowly surrounded by wind elemental energy, and his body quickly reached the size of a radius of dozens of kilometers. Song Li settled down in the sky above the divine kingdom and directly suppressed the two evildoers. Hiss! The divine dragon has occupied the divine kingdom and suppressed the demonic beasts. Lord Dragon God's strength is simply too terrifying. The people from Skyfinger Mountain looked at this scene in shock and sucked in a breath of cold air. The golden-armored, middle-aged man's pupils constricted slightly as he looked at Songli with fear in his eyes. Roar! The two demonic beasts looked at the powerful and invincible Songli as he shook his body violently. He brought the dark lair behind him and charged straight at them. The Dark God Nation wasn't big enough for them, so they had nowhere to hide. Dragon Claw! The Storm God Valley collided with the two dark lairs. Songli stretched out two huge dragon claws and clawed at the two demonic beasts. Boom! Not good, get down now. Dodge! A violent collision sound was heard. The faces of the Sky Mountain people and the disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy changed slightly, and they immediately shouted. A terrifying wave of wind rushed out in all directions. Even those at the third or fourth level of the demigod rank had to lie on the ground to avoid the aftershock. Roar! 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 Two miserable screams were heard. Everyone narrowed their eyes and looked toward the center of the battlefield. Ha ha ha, two little demons. How dare they act so impudently in front of me? The aftershock of the collision slowly dissipated and a loud laughter was heard. Everyone who was lying on the ground was slightly shocked as they looked up at the wind god dragon that was entrenched in the sky above the kingdom of God. At the end of the kingdom of God of Darkness, the two dying bodies of the two demons were lying on the ground, twitching slightly. Songli swept his gaze across the two demons on the ground. The dragon's body was coiled and coiled as he slowly turned his head to look at Wang Xian and the rest. The might of a true dragon is so terrifying. The golden-armored, middle-aged man was shocked. Chapter 1933. 1933 True Dragon? 4. Not long after igniting the divine fire, he was able to suppress two gods that were comparable to two wisps of divine fire. With the body of a true dragon suppressing them, this invincible appearance could only be described with two words. How terrifying! Even the golden-armored middle-aged man was extremely shocked. Although he was also a god that had fallen before, now that he had ignited the divine fire once again, he believed that even if he could easily defeat a god of the same level, he could even fight against two wisps of divine fire. However, he absolutely could not suppress two wisps of divine fire. Even if he faced one, it would be extremely troublesome, and he would flee in panic. However, now, Songli could easily suppress two. This terrifying fighting strength was something only a god of three wisps of divine fire could do. Hiss, our Lord Dragon God is so strong. A group of Sky Mountain experts' disciples lay on the ground, looking at Songli, who was crouching above the divine storm valley, with deep reverence on their faces. Lord Dragon God is invincible. Lord Dragon God is mighty. Wei Haoge immediately knelt on the ground and shouted at Songli. Lord Dragon God is invincible. Lord Dragon God is mighty. The group of Sky Finger disciples immediately knelt on the ground and shouted. Ha ha ha. Hearing the words of his subordinates, Songli laughed loudly, and a domineering look appeared on his face. He slowly lowered his head, his huge dragon eyes staring at everyone. Those who worship me, I will protect you, Songli said in a dignified manner, his gaze slowly landing on the golden-armored, middle-aged man. Li Qingtian, before you died, you were the god who ignited 6 wisps of divine fire, and I, the dragon god, had already ignited 8 wisps of divine fire. Now that I have obtained the dragon soul, I am the true dragon, son of heaven. I will definitely step onto the eternal path in the future. Now, follow me and I will take you all further. Songli stared at the golden-armored, middle-aged man. His dragon whiskers trembled slightly as he smiled. Li Qingtian's expression changed slightly when he heard his words. As a god, he rarely followed others. Of course, if the other party was powerful, it would be a good choice to follow experts. Songli had called him over today. It was obvious that he had such a plan. Seeing his terrifying strength, Li Qingtian was a little hesitant. After all, the other party was the son of heaven of the true dragon. Songli, can someone else's dragon soul be taken away? Suddenly, Li Qingtian glanced at Wang Xian and asked Song Li directly. Oh. When Song Li heard his words, a meaningful look appeared on his face. He looked at Wang Xian with his dragon eyes and revealed a teasing expression. Once the dragon soul is fused with someone, it will disappear completely. Even if we kill it, no one else will be able to obtain it. He said faintly, the following Earth is not very safe. Even if it's you, it's hard to say if you can survive. Follow me, and I will guarantee your safety. As Song Li spoke, Li Qingtian revealed a disappointed expression. He hesitated slightly. Greetings, Dragon God. Not long after, Li Qingtian knelt on one knee and bowed to Song Li. Ha 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 ha. A carefree laughter came from his mouth. Dragon King, what about you? All of a sudden, his smile stopped. He looked at Wang Xian and a cold glint shot out from his eyes. A powerful dragon's might covered the area below. Huh. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard the sudden words. Then, a funny expression appeared on his face. What? The faces of the disciples and students of the Dragon Gate Academy changed slightly when they heard Song Li's words. Was this son of heaven of the true dragon going to subdue the Dragon King? I'm not interested in following you. Wang Xian shook his head faintly and stared at him with a twinkle in his eyes. Ha ha, everyone on Earth is calling you the leader of the true dragons. I would like to know what the others will think if I, the Dragon God, subjugate the leader of the true dragons. Song Li seemed to have not heard Wang Xian's words as he laughed out loud. You can fantasize about it yourself? Wang Xian looked at his arrogant expression and said faintly. Song Li squinted his eyes slightly. He extended his gigantic dragon head towards Wang Xian and a blast of air gushed out from his nose. This is not up to you. Surrender or die. With the last sentence, he let out a furious roar. He crouched down and lifted his body up high. A wave of murderous aura gushed out in all directions. Hiss! The group of demigods trembled as they felt the terrifying killing intent. Li Qingtian stood up slowly from the side. With a wave of his arm, a golden halberd appeared in his hand. He stared at Wang Xian. Obviously, once Wang Xian refused, he would launch a fierce attack. This is bad. Upon seeing this scene, the faces of the people from Dragon Gate Academy changed drastically. They stared at the Dragon King with worry on their faces. Xiaoran also clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with anger. With just you? Wang Xian looked at Song Li, who was looking down at him from above. He retracted the smile on his face and asked indifferently, Ha ha ha, are you not worthy? Then let me see your true dragon body. I wonder if your blood can temper my dragon body. When Song Li heard Wang Xian's words, he laughed out loud. When he knew that the Dragon King was in the Kingdom of Darkness, he already had a plan in mind. Either the Dragon King would submit to him, or he would kill him. He wanted to see if the Dragon King's blood could help him improve a little. Unfortunately, this foolish Dragon King had to choose the latter. Lord Dragon God, a fellow who has not ignited the divine fire. Even if he has a dragon soul, I can still kill him. Leave it to me. Clang. The long halberd in Li Qingtian's hand trembled slightly. A sharp metallic sound resonated within a radius of tens of kilometers. The tip of his long halberd was emitting a little resplendent luster. The long halberd was slowly aimed at Wang Xian. Even though he knew that the Dragon King had killed a god with a wisp of divine fire back then, he was still very confident in his own strength. You're really courting death. Wang Xian looked at them and shook his head slowly. You're the one who said that our Lord Dragon God is courting death, right? Wei Haoge stood at the side and said coldly, You're courting death. Xiao Ran heard his words and swept his cold gaze over. TSK, you're the one who's courting death, Dean Xiao Ran. When your master dies, it'll be your turn. Wei Haoge raised his head slightly and looked at Xiao Ran. His eyes were sparkling. Since you don't want to submit, then die. Li Qingtian waved the long halberd in his hand coldly and attacked Wang Xian directly. A golden glow seemed to be attacking from the center of the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Ao Xingmu, who was standing beside Wang Xian, slowly raised his arm. The thorns wrapped around Li Qingtian in an instant, including the long halberd in his hand. Li Qingtian froze instantly. Waves of bright and sharp golden rays slashed towards the thorns, but there was no reaction at all. This shocked him greatly. What? Everyone around was stunned. Chapter 1934. 1934, one thought from 1934. Die. What? What is this situation? A low growl came from Li Qingtian's mouth. His eyes were wide open and his entire body was entangled by thorns. He used all his strength to struggle free, but the thorns wrapped around his body did not move at all. He widened his eyes in shock and stared at the creature in front of him that was attacking him. It was not uncommon for a plant-type demonic beast to be this kind of creature since Earth's spiritual energy had been restored. However, it was the creature that did not seem to have the slightest bit of power. It released a thorn with one hand and directly trapped it, making it unable to resist at all. Roar! He let out a frantic roar as his entire body blossomed with endless divine light. Behind him, a golden throne slowly appeared. You think you can attack our Dragon King? Ao Xingmu looked at the golden throne, his eyes filled with disdain. He moved his palm, and countless thorns directly wrapped around the golden throne that was dozens of kilometers in circumference behind him. In just an instant, the powerful divine kingdom that gave off an incomparably sharp aura was wrapped by thorns. The golden divine kingdom seemed to have turned into a plant-based divine kingdom. Moreover, the plant was dark red in color. It looked a little bloody and terrifying. At this moment, Li Qingtian was completely dumbfounded. Sir. Behind them, the hundreds of silver-armored cultivators saw that their god was instantly trapped. Their faces changed greatly as they cried out involuntarily. How is this possible? What is that creature? How can he be so powerful? The creature next to the Dragon King. Exclamations came from the disciples of Skyfinger Mountain. They looked at Ao Xingmu, who was next to the Dragon King, with wide eyes, full of disbelief. When the members of Dragon Gate Academy saw this scene, their bodies trembled, and their eyes were full of excitement. What? In the Divine Storm Valley, Song Li's eyes were filled with shock as well. His gaze was fixed on Ao Xingmu. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful expert beside you, Dragon King. A hint of fear appeared in Song Li's eyes. His face turned gloomy as the wooden tube flickered. To be able to trap Li Qingtian in an instant, his strength was definitely not weaker than his. Do you know that you are simply courting your own death? Wang Xian raised his head and looked at Song Li, who was in the sky. His eyes revealed a faint coldness. Roar! Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Song Li let out an angry roar. The divine kingdom under his body erupted with gusts of wind. In the God of Storms Valley, the wind dragons formed by the wind attribute were circling around. Dragon King, don't think that you can defeat me just because you have a powerful subordinate. I think you know the power of the divine dragon better than anyone else. He roared furiously at Wang Xian as a thought of retreating emerged in his mind. He glanced at Ao Xingmu with some apprehension as his dragon tail swayed. You deserve it, Wang Xian said indifferently as he waved his arm gently at Song Li. Boom! All of a sudden, Song Li's dragon god body seemed to have lost control as he fell from the sky. Roar, what's going on? In an instant, Song Li's dragon eyes were filled with fear and panic. He suddenly felt that he couldn't control his body. He couldn't control his body at all. Bang! The powerful impact force caused him to fall heavily to the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. What did you do to me? What did you do to me? Song Li fell to the ground. He stared at Wang Xian and shouted with a heart-wrenching fear. I'm just taking your life. Wang Xian looked at his terrified and desperate look and said calmly, Buzz. After he finished speaking, Song Li reverted back to his human form. At this moment, he felt a vast and mighty force rushing toward his mind. This force was strangling his consciousness and his thoughts. No, get out of here. Get out of here. He revealed a terrified expression and roared with a ferocious expression. He was being possessed. He was being possessed. Oh, please, Dragon King, let me go. Please, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Song Li started rolling on the ground in pain as he begged Wang Xian for mercy. His face was filled with fear and despair. The Son of Heaven of the true dragon is merely the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven meant that he was the Son of Heaven. The so-called Son of Heaven of the true dragon was merely the son of the dragon god. In fact, they could not even be considered as the son of the divine dragon. Boom. As soon as Wang Xian's words left his mouth, Song Li's mind was filled with a rumbling sound. No. A miserable scream came out from his mouth. His body tensed up violently and gradually stiffened up. Crash. When his body stiffened up, his body turned into the body of the divine wind dragon once again. The incomparably huge body of the divine dragon lay there quietly. Wang Xian only had one thought. The Son of Heaven of the true dragon was dead. Gulp. When everyone around saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. The invincible Son of Heaven of the true dragon, Song Li, was killed so easily. In fact, they didn't even see the Dragon King make a move. They had no idea how Song Li died. The screams seemed to be filled with fear when he was alive. What was going on? How was this possible? How could Song Li die just like that? Li Qingtian, who was entangled, looked at this scene in shock. His body trembled and his voice was filled with fear. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Suddenly, at this moment, he felt a terrifying thorn pierce through his body, causing his pupils to enlarge once again. Bang! The thorn retracted and his body slowly fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. He died with his eyes wide open. He had just recovered to the divine realm not too long ago. How could that Dragon King? No, no. How is this possible? This is impossible. At the back, the merfolk's silver-armored cultivators from Skyfinger Mountain felt that the scene before them was a little crazy. Just now, the invincible dragon god had easily suppressed the two demonic beasts. In the end, he was killed by the Dragon King with a casual wave of his hand. Now that the golden god had been killed so easily, how could the Dragon King's group be so terrifying? They couldn't believe it, and they couldn't help but retreat, their minds in a daze. A bunch of ants, Kiki. Bachi looked at the people from Skyfinger Mountain. He waved his arm, and a black mist enveloped them. Run! They are devils, devils. Wei Haoge shouted with a face full of fear. He quickly turned around and fled. At this moment, his back was completely drenched, and his face was extremely pale from fright. Their Lord Dragon God was already so powerful. How could he be so easily destroyed? How could this be believed? Run, run, run. Skyfinger, the silver-armored cultivator, and the others ran for their lives as if they had seen a demon from the abyss. There were even a few people who fell to the ground in fear. Bzzz, bzzz. However, the black fog covered them in an instant, and they all fell to the ground. In an instant, there was no sign of life. Chapter 1935 1935 Upgrade. Hiss. All the disciples and students of the Dragon Gate Academy took a deep breath when they saw this scene. They were extremely shocked when they saw the corpses on the ground and the dead golden-armored middle-aged god and the true dragon son of heaven, Song Li. Two such powerful existences didn't even have the chance to make a move in front of the Dragon King. They looked at the members of the Dragon Palace who were following the Dragon King. Their eyes sparkled and they were shocked. Could the subordinates of the 5 Dragon Kings also have the strength of the godly state? They pursed their lips and stared blankly. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a low roar of a dragon suddenly sounded. Everyone was slightly shocked, and they quickly looked at the body of the wind god dragon. This is... When everyone saw the divine wind dragon slowly stand up, they were all shocked. That Song Li is not dead. He is not dead yet. A cry of surprise came from the disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy. Wang Xian looked at the body of the divine wind dragon and revealed a faint smile on his face. Buzz. At this moment, the divine wind dragon moved slightly and his body began to change into a human form. When they saw the human form, their eyes widened in shock. The form of the divine wind dragon was exactly the same as the Dragon King. He walked quietly to the side of the Dragon King and stood there expressionlessly. Everyone took a deep breath when they saw this scene. What was going on? Even Xiaoran was filled with shock when he saw the true dragon's body transform into his master's form. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian waved his arm and the kingdom of dragon appeared in front of him. He then proceeded to devour Li Qingtian and Song Li's divine kingdom. Buzz. Buzz. In an instant, the metal and wind attributes' divine kingdoms entered the dragon palace. A large number of treasures were immediately separated from the divine kingdom. Following that, the divine shadow dragon kingdom devoured the corpses of Li Qingtian and the two demonic beasts. Their corpses immediately turned into thick dragon blood that flowed into the dragon transformation pool. The dragon blood that the three gods had turned into could at least allow 3 to 4 members of the dragon palace to possess the combat strength of a god. As for the resources in the divine kingdom, Wang Xian took a look and found that it was sufficient to increase his strength. After the upgrade, his level would reach the level of a demigod level 9. By then, he would possess the strength of 4 wisps of divine fire god. These dark dens are the same as the divine kingdom. However, the dragon palace has already devoured the divine kingdom of darkness. These should be able to be converted into materials. There is also this incomparably huge divine kingdom of darkness. The dragon palace should be able to devour it as well. Wang Xian thought to himself. He controlled the divine kingdom of darkness to devour the 2 dark dens of Yao Xie. In addition, there was also the nest of Yao Xie that Ao Chiqian had just killed. Continue. Seeing that the 3 nests were successfully devoured, Wang Xian controlled the divine shadow dragon kingdom to devour the surrounding dark kingdom. Without the demonic nest, the dark kingdom was completely ownerless. After the divine shadow dragon kingdom was devoured, the entire dark kingdom trembled and disappeared at a terrifying speed. What's going on? All the disciples and students of the Dragon Gate Academy watched this scene in a daze. They stood behind Dean Xiaoran. Roar, roar, roar. Huh. Just as the divine shadow dragon kingdom was devouring the demonic nest and the dark divine kingdom, Wang Xian suddenly felt a strange movement coming from the dragon palace. He was slightly stunned. He calmed his heart and tried to sense the situation in the dragon palace. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, an extremely excited voice resonated in the dragon palace, attracting the attention of everyone in the dragon palace. Prime Minister Gue and a few leaders looked at Ao Crab with slight astonishment. Ao Crab was a rather special existence in the dragon palace. Ever since Wang Xian subdued him, Ao Crab's sense of existence was not very strong. His strength was not very strong. Currently, he only had the strength of a demigod at the 7th level. There were 30,000 to 40,000 small crabs hidden in his stomach. Currently, these crabs had all reached the insightful emptiness realm. However, this was nothing to the dragon palace. However, at this moment, when Ao Crab sensed the evil caves and the dark divine kingdom, it let out an excited roar. Its eyes shone as it flew toward the dark caves and the divine kingdom. Because the dragon palace had absorbed the dark divine kingdom, these caves and the divine kingdom were only sent to the dragon palace as materials. Ao Crab looked at these materials and pounced on them excitedly. His 5 to 6 meter-sized body was directly swallowed up. At the same time, small crabs of the void interpretation level that were 2 to 3 meters in size crawled out from his body. These small crabs were also like cats that had smelled the fishy smell as they devoured the dark nests. Huh. Wang Xian felt this scene and his eyes sparkled. He did not stop the Ao Crab from devouring the dark lair. Instead, he watched quietly. Roar, roar. When the Ao Crab devoured the dark lair for only a minute, he raised his head and let out a roar. His strength, which was originally at the level of a demigod, was now at the level of a demigod. Devouring, continue. Time passed slowly. When a dark lair was devoured by him and a group of little crabs, his strength had already reached the peak of a demigod. As for the rest of the small crabs, they had also reached the demigod level. Such a terrifying speed of improvement shocked everyone. Oh, whoa. The AO crab continued to devour the other two dark nests. Hiss. Seeing how the AO crab and the group of small crabs were improving at such a fast speed, Wang Xian's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. This kind of improvement is somewhat similar to the bug race. His eyes sparkled. The reason why the bug race was so powerful and invincible was because of their terrifying improvement speed. If the bug race was placed on a planet, they would be able to devour all the energy of the entire planet within a few days. The abilities of AO Crab and the rest were exactly the same as the dragons. The dark lair was formed from all kinds of powerful materials. To the bug race, it was simply a huge treasure trove. Devouring a divine kingdom could greatly improve it. Boom! In the Dragon Palace, more than 20 minutes later, a vibration was heard. AO Crab was about to ignite the divine fire. Before the second dark lair was completely devoured, he had already started to ignite the divine fire. This terrifying improvement made Prime Minister Gue and the others dumbfounded. Buzz! At this moment, the dark divine kingdom next to AO Crab slowly floated in the sky above him. It was a ready-made kingdom of God that was raised high up in the sky. Around it, the crabs were prostrating themselves and worshipping their god. I didn't expect AO Crab to undergo such a transformation. It seems like I have to let him come over. Wang Xian looked at the scene of becoming a god in the Dragon Palace as his eyes sparkled. The harvest this time was a huge boost to the Dragon Palace. At least 3 to 4 more members with the combat strength of the godly state could be added. Chapter 1936 1936 Upgrade. AO Crab's mutation and upgrade, the corpses of 4 godly state experts, and a huge amount of resources. Wang Xian did not expect to gain such a huge harvest from this attack on the ancient land of darkness. Let's go. He looked at the surrounding disciples of the Dragon Palace and Xiao Ran and the rest as he said faintly, "It's Master." Xiao Ran nodded immediately. The surrounding disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy also came to their senses and bowed slightly. They scanned their surroundings, their eyes filled with surprise. Just a moment ago, they were still inside the Dark Divine Kingdom, but now, the entire Dark Divine Kingdom had disappeared, making them extremely shocked. Everyone present had a new understanding of the Dragon King. Invincible. True invincibility. Even the gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace did not think so after witnessing the current Dragon King. Perhaps even the gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace were not a match for the Dragon King. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and instantly arrived in front of the villa in Jiang City. Qitian, go and call AO Crab and the members of the Dragon Palace who have the strength of the godly state over. He said to AO Qitian directly. It's the Dragon King. AO Qitian nodded and rushed into the Dragon Palace immediately. It's time to raise my strength. Wang Xian looked at the resources in his interspatial ring and smiled. It had been less than a year since he came to Earth, yet he was able to raise his strength by 1 level. This was something he had never expected. He took out the elixirs in his interspatial ring, as well as other resources that could be converted into dragon energy, and poured them into his mouth. Sitting cross-legged at the top of the villa, Wang Xian was digesting all sorts of resources in large mouthfuls. Boom! When the various resources were almost depleted, a powerful pressure was emitted from his body. Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar and transformed into his dragon form. His body gradually grew bigger. The 7-colored radiance looked vibrant even in the dark night. The tough dragon scales and the majestic dragon head emitted a terrifying pressure. Wang Xian used the perspective of the divine wind dragon avatar to observe his divine dragon body. Compared to the divine wind dragon body that was more than 2,000 meters long condensed by Songli, Wang Xian's dragon body that was more than 5,000 meters long was more majestic and sacred. After all, as an existence with 7 attributes merged into one, his current form had already surpassed the previous divine dragon race. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. Name: Wang Xian. Race: Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level: Level 9 Longevity, the 4th transformation of the Divine Dragon transformation. Divine Crystal: 1335421/50000000. Divine Ability: Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring Creatures to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation Method: Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine Ability: Soul Absorbing, Spirit Attaching, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect: 5 Elements Great Mill, Dragon Kingdom in the Palm, Dragon Head under the Sky, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin-Yang Poles, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Domain: Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Palace, Level 5. Members of Dragon Palace, 25433. Just one more step and I'll be able to light the fire. Wang Xian looked at his own attributes, eyes flashing luster. After upgrading, his strength will be comparable to the 4 wisps of Divine Fire God. And doppelgangers. He looked at the avatar of the dragon beside him. Having a doppelganger is a very strange feeling. This doppelganger, every move, he can control. It was as if he had split his thoughts into 2 halves. The clone was him, and he was also the clone. The upgrade of the clone also requires some dragon chi. If it wasn't for Songli, who was courting death, Wang Xian sensed the strength of the clone and shook his head slightly. The clone only possessed the wind attribute. Naturally, it couldn't be as overpowered as Wang Xian. However, it was comparable to an ordinary god of 3 wisps of divine fire. Wang Xian had originally planned to let the group of true dragon sons of heaven improve a little. After all, as fallen gods, they could improve their strength very quickly. Unfortunately, Songli was courting death. He could only take his life. Although the improvement of the doppelganger consumed a lot of resources, one doppelganger was equivalent to 1 life after all. Even if he was killed and didn't need the revival of the Dragon Palace, he could still continue to survive as a doppelganger. In a certain sense, there wasn't much difference between the doppelganger and the main body. Rumble. At this moment, a mournful cry came from the west. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly. TSK. You bunch of trash from the pyramid still want to attack our dark divine kingdom? You're courting death. A voice filled with brutality and violence resounded through the entire world. This voice caused countless people's faces to reveal expressions of shock in the dark night. However, compared to the past, the people on Earth had clearly adapted a lot. However, the sorrowful wails of heaven and earth still caused quite a stir. Another god has fallen. Hiss, now even gods aren't safe. A group of gods from the pyramid faction? This tyrannical voice sounds so familiar. It seems to be that youth with the darkness attribute who obtained the dragon soul. Everyone was discussing. In the sky above a dark, ancient land in the west, a 3-kilometer-long gigantic demonic dragon was swaying its savage face as it stared at the 4 figures in front of it in a bloody manner. Beside the demonic dragon, 5 demonic beasts that were similarly emitting a terrifying and sinister aura were staring at the 4 wretched figures. Damn it, that devil dragon is from the Dark Association. He actually obtained the dragon soul and ordered a group of sinister-looking figures. The expressions of the 4 pyramid gods changed as they stared at the devil dragon and the group of sinister-looking figures. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Not only had their pyramid faction lost their gods, but they had also lost 2 of them. One of them was in the god country of darkness, so it didn't cause any changes in the world. The fall of 2 gods was a huge blow to the pyramid faction. In particular, they were locked onto by 6 powerful god-level experts. Let's go back to the pyramid. We have a formation there, so they don't dare to rush over. A middle-aged man in the middle growled with a gloomy face and immediately turned around to escape. You want to escape? Ho ho, I said it back then. You guys are useless. The demonic dragon's wild laughter rang out, causing the four gods of the pyramid faction to look extremely embarrassed. Hee hee, it seems that this fellow is doing the best among the true dragon sons of heaven. Wang Xian's mind moved slightly. He looked at everything in front of him with the demonic dragon's perspective. A faint smile appeared on his face. Let's keep going. One day, this Earth will be the same as the previous Earth. It will belong to the same era. Wang Xian smiled faintly as a strong sense of confidence shot out from his eyes. That era would be the era that everyone was familiar with, the era of the Dragon King. At the same time, Ao Qitian, Ao Yao, Ao Crab, Mu Zexin, and Ao Fengwang, the leader of the Mount Division, appeared at the entrance where Earth was connected to the Transcendence continent. The leaders of the Dragon Palace arrived one after another. Chapter 1937. 1937's Templar, 1937. Greetings, Dragon King. At the top of the villa in Jiang City, Ao Yao, Mu Zexin, and the others appeared in front of Wang Xian and greeted him respectfully. At this moment, each of them was exuding a powerful aura and confidence. Wang Xian sized up Ao Crab, who was standing in the middle. His eyes were sparkling. He was clad in khaki armor. He was 2 meters tall and had 8 arms. This was his human form. When he reached the godly state, he would have the ability to transform. However, it was clear that Ao Crab looked a little fierce after his transformation. Dragon King. When he saw Wang Xian sizing him up, Ao Crab grinned and revealed rows of sharp teeth. Not bad. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. His face was filled with satisfaction. Ao Crab's improvement this time had exceeded his expectations. There were 2 existences in the Dragon Palace who had ignited the divine fire. One of them was Ao Xingmu, and the other was Ao Crab. Ao Crab's strength was much weaker compared to Ao Xingmu. Currently, he could only fight 1 level above him. However, there were about 30,000 little crabs in his body. These little crabs had the strength of a level 4 demigod. The little crabs also had the strength to fight above their level and could fight against a rank 5 demigod. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace, except for Prime Minister Gue and Ao Yeka, who had the combat strength of a deity, who did not come, everyone else had come. Including the clones, there were a total of 11 experts with the combat strength of a deity. Qitian, take Ao Crab and the others to that place in the dark ancient land. Ao Crab, put the divine kingdom there. You guys stay there for the time being. Ao Yao, go familiarize yourself with the current Earth. Also, enter some of the ancient lands of darkness and check out the strength of the demons in these ancient lands of darkness. Be careful. Wang Xian ordered Ao Qitian and Ao Yao. It's the Dragon King. The leaders of the Dragon Palace nodded and left in an instant. Currently, there are 13 ancient lands of darkness in various parts of the Earth. One of them has been destroyed by the soaring heavens treasured palace. Another one has been occupied by the demonic dragon, and another one has been destroyed by me. There are still 10 more. Wang Xian muttered in his heart. He had gained so much from destroying one ancient land of darkness. Naturally, he had to look at the rest of the ancient lands of darkness. However, Ji Lingfei had only told him some information about the ancient lands of darkness yesterday. He still needed Ao Yao to investigate other places. After returning to his room, Wang Xian took out his phone and took a look. The matter of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the pyramid's 2 major forces battling the ancient lands of darkness had already spread like wildfire. Especially the matter of the pyramid gods being chased by the powerful Yao Xie within the ancient lands of darkness, it caused everyone to be extremely shocked. The entire internet was discussing this matter. At the same time, when people learned that the devil dragon was a true dragon son of heaven, they were also extremely shocked. Towards a true dragon son of heaven and Yao Xie's group, everyone's expressions didn't look good. At the same time, everyone witnessed the true dragon son of heaven's strength. His terrifying divine dragon body had the strength to easily fight against opponents of a higher level. That demonic dragon is so terrifying, Even the Dragon King can't compare to it, right? After all, the Dragon King hasn't ignited the divine fire yet. As true Dragon Son of Heaven, he should be much weaker. The Dragon King probably needs to ignite the divine fire to be comparable to it. Unfortunately, igniting the divine fire to lift up the divine kingdom is too difficult. Are the other 8 sons of heaven of the true dragon so terrifying? They have also ignited the divine fire. The appearance of the demonic dragon caused many people to discuss about the sons of heaven of the true dragons. Naturally, as the Dragon King of Earth, he received a lot of attention. However, when everyone witnessed the terror of the demonic dragon and compared to the Dragon King, they had to admit that the Dragon King seemed to be at least a level lower than them. The fact that he didn't ignite the divine fire was a serious injury. Wang Xian looked at the comments on the internet and revealed a smile. Perhaps they didn't know that the true Dragon Son of Heaven, Songli, had already fallen. Furthermore, it was just a small thought of his. Next, I'll prepare to attack the ancient lands of darkness one by one and let He take control of them. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and walked into the room to rest. More than 100,000 years ago, some of those fellows from the Association of Darkness were resurrected and even obtained the Dragon Soul. The few people from the Pyramid faction are in trouble. Now that the powerhouses have died one after another, it will be even more dangerous. At this moment, in the soaring heavens treasured palace, more than 10 figures appeared in the sky. Their eyes flickered as they scanned the planet below. Looking at the Earth that was constantly changing, they frowned slightly. The Earth's change was so great that it had completely exceeded their expectations. The gods had returned, the true Dragon Son of Heaven. Especially those true Dragon Son of Heaven. Now, even they were extremely troublesome to deal with. Not to mention the Dark Association that had just appeared, the instigator of that great battle 100,000 years ago. Have those true Dragon Sons of Heaven contacted them? Are they willing to join us? A figure that was emitting golden divine light asked a god that looked like a young man. How could they agree? They've contacted a few true Dragon Sons of Heaven. They want us to join them and give them enough resources to recover. At that time, they'll protect us. The young god said indifferently. Protect us? Hearing the young god's words, the eyes of the surrounding gods turned cold. Then, they slowly fell silent. This group of gods who had obtained dragon souls were all fallen gods. Their realms were stronger than all the gods present. Furthermore, they had obtained dragon souls. Naturally, they didn't put them in their eyes. Once they fully recovered their strength, perhaps even the Lingxiao treasured palace would be suppressed. The Sacred Hall has also felt the threat. Let's proceed with the alliance as soon as possible. A figure looked at the middle-aged man in the middle and said indifferently, I know. Master has already sent me a message. This matter is not a problem. We will join forces with the Sacred Hall. Within 5 years, as long as not all the true Dragon Sons of Heaven join forces, we will not be afraid. I will go deal with the trivial matter of joining forces with the Sacred Hall first. As the middle-aged god spoke, his figure disappeared. Back then, the demonic beast that attacked our skyscraping treasured palace with 2 divine flames had a change in the divine kingdom. It has regained its vitality. It is suspected that the Dark Association has regained control over it. The process of attacking the ancient land of darkness has temporarily stopped. More than 10 figures around saw him disappear. They looked at each other before one of them continued. Those people from the Dark Association are able to communicate with Yao Xie. We really have to be careful. The other gods slowly nodded. The fall of the gods made them not have the domineering and invincible aura that they had when they first came to Earth. They even needed to unite with other forces to deal with the gods that were born on Earth, the Son of Heaven of the True Dragon, and those Yao Xie. Junior sister, the matter between you and Sethi Harry has been confirmed. At this moment, the middle-aged god who had just left appeared behind a woman in a courtyard in the soaring heavens treasured palace. He spoke indifferently. When the woman heard his words, her body trembled. Chapter 1938. 1938 Hua Kaier became a god in 1938. Senior brother, what if I don't want to? I don't dare to disobey master's orders. This matter isn't a bad thing for you. It's not a bad thing? Using my life as a bargaining chip isn't a bad thing? Junior sister, no matter what you say, this matter has already become a reality. Unless you can change master's mind, otherwise, prepare yourself. In a courtyard within the soaring heavens treasured palace, the middle-aged man stood beside the woman. Their emotionless voices rang out within the room. At this point, their voices stopped. The woman was Ji Fei. At this moment, her expression was changing. Change her master's decision? She felt somewhat helpless. Her master would definitely not disregard the overall situation and interests just because of her disapproval. The greater the changes on Earth, the more excited the experts from the boundless star field would be. The greater the changes, the greater their final gains would be. How could they change just because of her thoughts? If I can try to persuade the Dragon King to join forces with us, can I? Ji Fei bit her lips and said with some hope, Ally? Junior sister, do you think the Dragon King can match the Sacred Hall? Hee, don't you understand the Dragon King's strength on Earth? If he didn't have the Dragon Soul, he would only be a mortal now. Even if he has the Dragon Soul, a Dragon King who hasn't ignited the divine fire, hee. The middle-aged man smiled with slight contempt. The Dragon King's strength wasn't bad, but it also depended on who he was competing with. Not to mention their major factions, even the other true Dragon Sons of Heaven couldn't be compared to the Dragon King. How could the Lingxiao Treasured Palace take a liking to the Dragon King and ally with him? Also, junior sister, don't have any other thoughts, and don't make things difficult for senior brother. The middle-aged man said with a hint of warning in his tone. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Hearing her senior brother's words, her face instantly turned pale. Although she could sense that the Dragon King was mysterious and extraordinary, and that his subordinates might also be extraordinary in strength, they could not be compared to the Holy Church after all. After all, the Dragon King had not lit the divine fire yet. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the sound of a mobile phone vibrating was heard. Ji Fei looked at the name on it, and her face was a little powerless. Jin Feng. The middle-aged god disappeared and reappeared in the Pantheon Pavilion. He shouted, and a golden figure appeared. North God, what's the matter? The golden figure appeared and looked at the middle-aged man. Send someone to kill Xiao Ran. Don't send the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasure Palace. The middle-aged god said to Jin Feng. Kill Xiao Ran? Jin Feng frowned slightly. Xiao Ran's master has the combat strength of the god realm. If our Lingxiao Treasured Palace doesn't take action, we might have to pay a price. To avoid trouble, find someone to kill him. The middle-aged god confirmed to Jin Feng. Okay, I'll ask a few divine sons of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace to contact one or two gods and pay a price to kill Xiao Ran. Jin Feng nodded. He also knew that the alliance between the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church was basically confirmed. At this time, there couldn't be any problems with Ji Fei. As for killing Xiao Ran, it was also the best choice. Of course, Ji Fei absolutely couldn't know that it was the people of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace who acted, so she could only find other people. With the Dragon King's strength and power, only godly state experts would dare to kill his disciple. Sister, are you ready? In the Amazon rainforest, there was a green world. Giant trees that were 1,000 meters tall and more than 10 meters in diameter could be seen everywhere. All kinds of demon beasts that evolved because of the Earth's mutation were hunting in the forest. In the middle of the rainforest, two figures stood on two trees. The two figures were about 1.5 meters tall and wore cute clothes. They looked like two cute little loli. I'm ready. Fortunately, Sister's Kingdom of God didn't fall. There are still huge resources inside. The two cute little girls were naturally Huar and Kaier. After they returned to the Kingdom of God, having huge resources allowed their speed to increase rapidly. In just a short period of time, their strength had reached the peak of the demigod realm. Today, they were preparing to ignite the divine fire again. All right, Then let's ignite the divine fire again and lift up my god realms together. Kyr said to Huar. Yes, yes. Huar nodded. After we become gods, let's go look for that bad guy. Kyr was stunned for a moment before she smiled and her body shook. Boom. A powerful aura was emitted from her body. Huar's small face also became serious as her body shook. A powerful pressure was emitted from their bodies. More than half of the trees in the Amazon rainforest bent their branches and bowed towards them. Logically speaking, when a person became a god and lifted a divine kingdom, it was also because of the special physiques of the two girls that they could lift a divine kingdom together. Whoosh, whoosh. When their divine kingdom was held, the star grass above their heads also bloomed with a resplendent green light. Wong. Above their heads, a wisp of sacred flame slowly rose. The palm-sized star grass slowly grew in size the instant the divine flame lit up. Wong. At the bottom of the sea, an incomparably large divine kingdom slowly rose. A wisp of purple gas came from the east. The wood elemental god in the Amazon rainforest let out a joyful sound, congratulating the birth of a wood elemental god. Heaven and earth congratulated. Flowers and trees chirped together. When the divine kingdom slowly rose, Huar and Kyr's aura rose to its peak. Oh, another person has become a god. A wood elemental god. What a majestic aura. Come, let's go take a look. The unification of earth and land caused a huge change in the position of the Fire God Palace. The Fire God Palace was 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers away from the Amazon rainforest. A few of the Fire God Palace's gods saw the change in heaven and earth, and their eyes lit up. They immediately flew over. Someone has become a god. Let's go and take a look. Over 10,000 kilometers away, the two youths looked at each other and immediately teleported over. Some ordinary people also noticed the birth of a god in the Amazon rainforest, but they didn't dare to go over. They could only watch from afar. Buzz. Under the divine kingdom that was made up of divine trees, Huar and Kyr experienced the baptism of the divine fire. Their bodies slowly grew larger, reaching a height of more than 1.6 meters. Their faces looked like 16 or 17-year-old girls. Below the two of them, countless trees were holding them. Around them, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Success. Slowly, they looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 1939. 1939 was injured. I've finally recovered some of my strength, but we're still a little too young. In the sky above the Amazon rainforest, Huar looked at her own body and was slightly dissatisfied. Her current appearance, which was that of a 16 or 17-year-old little girl, made her slightly unhappy. She was once a big girl. At least it's much better than a child's body. Kyr did not care too much and her face was full of smiles. Wong. At this moment, the two star grass on the divine kingdom moved slightly and flew towards them. Star, Chun, looks like your strength has increased a lot. Huar looked at the two star grass and smiled as she reached out to take one. Bzz. The two star grass trembled. They were dark green and filled with powerful life force. This time, they ignited the divine fire and improved the two star grass. Now, 2 stars could kill 2 divine fire god realm experts. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Kyr looked to the side warily. With a wave of her arm, the divine kingdom appeared behind them. I didn't expect that 2 beauties would light the divine fire here and become gods. A rough voice was heard. Then, 3 figures covered in flames appeared in their line of sight. The leader was a middle-aged man. Flames were rising above his head, and his body was filled with a destructive aura. The throne of the Fire God Palace. Kyr glanced at the 3 God Realm experts of the Fire God Palace who had suddenly appeared. She squinted her eyes and said indifferently, "Ladies, you have sharp eyes. I'm Sui Xian Hua of the Fire God Palace. Even in the Endless Star area, I'm a big force. I just sense that you 2 ladies have lit the divine fire. I wonder if you 2 ladies are interested in joining us. We will create a divine seat for you two ladies in the palace. Sui Xianhua looked at Huar and Kair, his eyes sparkling. The two figures beside him also sized up Huar and Kair. If they remembered correctly, all the gods who had lit up the divine fire recently had no female gods, and they were such young and beautiful goddesses. The two girls in front of them looked to be 16 or 17 years old. Their bodies were spotlessly clean, and they were perfect goddesses. Even they couldn't help but take a few more glances at them. They even thought that they would eventually become god lovers with them in the future. Humph, I'm sorry, we're not interested in joining. Huar felt their gazes and snorted lightly as she said coldly. This group of stinky men, their gazes were all so wretched. Hee hee, two beauties, I don't know if you have understood the recent situation on Earth. With the two of you having just ignited the divine fire, it's not very safe. Our fire god palace's strength is enough to protect the two of you and allow you to completely return to your former peak. Sui Xinhua frowned slightly and then continued with a smile. No need. Kair coldly shook her head and directly refused. Kair's refusal once again caused the smiles on the faces of the fire god palace's 3 people to completely disappear. Two beauties, why don't you go to our fire god palace and take a look before making a decision? Sui Xinhua was slightly unwilling to accept this and continued to invite them. There's no need. Sister, let's go. Huar glanced at them and rejected them with slight disdain. Boss, look at their divine kingdom. At this moment, the middle-aged man beside Sui Xinhua suddenly looked at the divine kingdom behind Huar and Kair and said with a face full of surprise. Oh! Sui Xinhua was slightly stunned. He looked over and then widened his eyes. A divine kingdom made of divine wood. This? Sui Xinhua's expression changed slightly as he sensed the massive aura coming from the wood elemental divine kingdom behind them. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes as he exchanged glances with the two people beside him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They moved and instantly appeared around Huar and surrounded her. What are you doing? When Kair saw their expressions, a cold expression appeared in her eyes. I want to invite the two beauties to sit in our fire god palace. Sui Xinhua narrowed his eyes and said to them, I think you are courting death. Huar looked at the 3 of them surrounding them. She, who had a bad temper, stared at them with a cold expression and shouted loudly. Hee hee, two beauties, Earth is dangerous. I advise you to join our fire god palace, or else. The middle-aged man on the right laughed as he stared at Huar and Kair, his eyes flashing with lust and greed. The other 2 middle-aged men laughed. They looked at the divine kingdom built by the divine tree behind them, their eyes burning with passion. Building a divine kingdom with the divine tree was such a luxury. In the universe, the strong ruled. It was normal to kill and steal. When they sensed the vastness of the divine kingdom, they made a decision in their hearts. Facing the 2 gods who had just lit the divine fire, even if they were once fallen gods, with their strength, they could easily take them down. Just nice, we'll use you to test our strength. Kair looked at the greed in their eyes, and a trace of killing intent appeared in her eyes. She and Huar looked at each other. Wang. The 2 of them did not hesitate at all. Although they were once the little princesses of their families, after experiencing that great battle, they also knew the cruelty of the universe. They were not afraid of fighting and killing. Wang. Just as they were about to make a move, with a thought, the star grass above their heads trembled slightly, and as if it was tearing through the void, it attacked the 2 middle-aged men from the fire god palace. Pooh-pooh. The 2 gods from the fire god palace were slightly startled when the star grass appeared in front of them. Oh no, I was careless. Their expressions changed drastically, and they instantly felt their breathing stop. They had already ignited 2 wisps of divine fire. In their opinion, there was no need to use all of their strength when facing 2 girls who had just ignited divine fire. Not to mention that there was a god beside them who had ignited 3 wisps of divine fire. However, it was already too late. Pooh-pooh. 2 piercing sounds rang out, and they felt the life force in their bodies instantly dissipate. Pung-pung. In an instant, their eyes widened. and their corpses directly fell downwards. What? How is this possible? You. At this moment, Suishin-Hua's expression changed drastically, and his eyes slowly turned blood red. A violent power of fire emanated from his body, and the terrifying pressure caused the surrounding trees to quickly wither. I want you all to die. An incomparably violent voice came out of his mouth, and the position of God of the three wisps of divine fire was revealed without a doubt. Not good. Huar and Kair felt its powerful might, and their expressions changed slightly. Tree world. The two of them waved their arms, and countless towering trees directly attacked Suishin fire. Chapter 1940. 1940 was injured. Boom. Two fellows who have just ignited the divine fire dare to kill my people and the people of our fire god palace. I will capture you and make you slaves. Violent flames rose up in the Amazon rainforest. The destructive attack directly caused all the trees that were attacking the fire god palace to explode. Whoosh! At this moment, two star grass attacked him at a terrifying speed. Roar! They want to ambush me. Suishin-Hua looked at the star grass in front of him, his eyes bloodshot. They had never imagined that these two women, who had just ignited their divine flames, would possess such a terrifying weapon. The two strange grass instantly killed two gods. Boom! Suishin-Hua's expression was incomparably berserk. He extended his arm, and a flame shield appeared in his hand, striking directly at the stellar grass. The enormous collision caused the two stellar grass to curl up and fly backwards. Wong wong. They let out a mournful cry and returned to Huar's head. Not good, sister. We aren't his match. Huar's expression changed drastically as she said to Kair in panic. Muzong. Kair gritted her teeth as the trees within a 1,000-kilometer radius flew up and smashed towards the flame. Go. The two looked at each other and quickly entered the divine kingdom, directly entering the underground. Don't even think about escaping. A violent roar sounded. The moment they entered the underground, a fireball that was like a meteorite landed on them. Pooh-pooh. Huar, who was in the kingdom of God, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale. Yeah, just you wait. I'll beat you to death in the future. Huar roared angrily. Control the kingdom of God and avoid his pursuit. Kair said quickly. Yes, sister. Huar became serious and quickly controlled the kingdom of God to escape into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, from the sky, sounds of extremely violent attacks came from above. Huar and Kair's faces trembled as they continuously spat out blood. Bzzz. Bzzz. The entire kingdom of God released a powerful life force to resist the burning flames. Damn it. You two little girls, get out here. In the sky, Suixinhuo roared furiously. His attacks were like meteors falling from the sky. At this moment, he could no longer sense Hua Kair's aura. This made him extremely furious. Hiss. Those two girls are so powerful. They actually ambushed and killed two godly state experts of the Fire God Palace in an instant. That expert of the Fire God Palace has already ignited 3 wisps of divine fire. He's much stronger than us. At this moment, thousands of kilometers away, 2 young gods were looking at this scene with faces full of shock. However, those 2 goddesses who have just ignited the divine fire are so beautiful. This is a true goddess. If I had such a divine companion, how many would it be? A young god's eyes flickered as he spoke. Just think about it. The other party's strength is much stronger than yours. The other smiled faintly and said, Oh. Suddenly, the 2 young gods who were conversing moved slightly and hurriedly looked forward. In their line of sight, the 2 women who had fought with the Fire God Palace were 4,000 to 5,000 meters in front of them. The 2 of them were obviously injured. A hero saving a damsel in distress? They looked at each other, and a burning look flashed across their eyes. Their hearts moved, and they immediately flew toward Hua Kair. Who is it? Hua Kair sensed a strange aura, and she immediately looked back cautiously. Don't worry, beautiful ladies. We mean no harm. I'm Shui Xiaoyuan. I'm Cheng Yangxia. A burning look flashed across Shui Xiaoyuan's and Cheng Yangxia's eyes. They cupped their hands and showed a smile that they thought was kind. We were attracted by the battle here. With our strength, we are no match for the two ladies. Besides, we are not from the Fire God Palace. The two of them said with a smile. Huar and Kair glanced at them warily. Their eyes were still cold. Ladies, why don't I bring you two to a safe place to recover? It's not too safe around here. Shui Xiaoyuan saw their wary expressions and said with a smile. Don't even think about escaping. At this moment, a violent and majestic roar suddenly came from behind, causing Huar Kair's expression to change slightly. All right. The two of them looked at each other and immediately nodded. They could sense the other party's strength. With the power of the Stargrass, they were completely capable of killing the other party. They were not afraid that the other party would have any ill intentions. All right, then two ladies, let's go to our divine mountain and hide for a while. Shui Xiaoyuan and Cheng Yangxia's eyes lit up with joy. With a wave of their arms, the four of them instantly disappeared. Eastern, True Spirit Sect. When the two of them brought them to the east, Huar and Kair looked at each other and at the divine mountain in front of them. True Spirit Sect is a small faction that I've casually established. This mountain belongs to the divine mountain. Whether it's cultivation or recovery, it's more than 10 times faster than the outside world. The two beauties can rest in peace here. We've set up a formation here. Ordinary gods can't break in. Shui Xiaoyuan said with a smile. Thank you. We need to recover from our injuries now. Kair said with a faint nod. Come, two ladies. You can cultivate on the peak of the mountain. Shui Xiaoyuan smiled and brought them to the peak of the mountain. Thank you. I hope that you will not disturb us for the time being. We will repay you when we recover. Kair responded to them. No need, no need. You can tell us directly if you need anything. Shui Xiaoyuan shook his head with a smile. Huar and Kair looked at each other and sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. A green light barrier enveloped them. Shui Xiaoyuan and Cheng Yangxia looked at each other and went straight to one of the peaks of the divine mountain. TSK, can we be considered lucky in love? Haha. After entering the room, Cheng Yangxia could not help but laugh. His eyes sparkled. This pair of sisters are really beautiful. The other party is so strong just after igniting the divine fire. His realm must have been very high before he died. Let's not talk about anything else now. If we can keep him with us, the four of us working together will have a stronger trump card. Shui Xiaoyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's a combination of men and women. Isn't it tiring to work? Ha ha ha. Cheng Yangxia laughed loudly when he heard his words. It would be great if we could completely control them. Suddenly, Shui Xiaoyuan said something. Cheng Yangxia was slightly stunned. He rolled his eyes and slowly shook his head. After all, the other party is a god, and she's so powerful. Lord Water God, the first divine son of Lingxiao Palace, is here to pay his respects. Chapter 1941. 1941 Xiao Rant's death in 1941. The number one divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace. Shui Xiaoyuan and Cheng Yangxia were slightly stunned when they heard the report from their subordinates outside. Why is the number one divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace looking for you? Cheng Yangxia looked at Shui Xiaoyuan and asked with a slight frown. I don't know. Last time, they wanted to recruit me, but I directly rejected them. Hee. The strongest person in the Lingxiao treasured palace only lit 5 wisps of divine fire, and they actually want me to bow down to them. Shui Xiaoyuan said coldly. Let him in. He sent a voice transmission to the outside. Yes. Greetings, Lord Water God. A few minutes later, a dignified man walked over, cupped his hands, and looked at Cheng Yangxia, who was slightly stunned, and said respectfully. You came to find me on behalf of the Lingxiao treasured palace? Shui Xiaoyuan sat on the chair and asked the young man directly. Yes, this is the information of our Lord Golden God. Please take a look. The first divine son nodded respectfully and handed over an item. Shui Xiaoyuan took it and was slightly stunned when he heard the information inside. You asked me to kill the disciple of the Dragon King, Xiao Ran. Interesting. A disciple of the Son of Heaven of the true dragon. This reward is not bad. Shui Xiaoyuan was slightly stunned when he saw the information inside. However, killing the disciple of the Dragon King will make the Dragon King a mortal enemy. It's not worth it, he said faintly and shook his head. Although the Dragon King did not ignite the divine fire, his current strength was not much weaker than his. It was not worth it to fight to the death for some treasures. After all, a son of heaven of a true dragon still had to be taken seriously, even if the other party was the only one who did not ignite the divine fire. Lord Water God can completely act in secret. If he kills a mortal, then the chances of the Dragon King knowing will be very, very small. The first divine son frowned slightly when he heard his words and said from the side. If the water god in front of him refused, he didn't even know which deity realm expert he should look for. The first divine clan's eldest young master he looked for was directly rejected, and now he was actually rejected. He was just a dragon king who had yet to ignite the divine fire. What was there to be afraid of? If your Lingxiao treasured palace can take out 2 soul-binding pearls, then we will agree. At that time, Water God and I will attack together, and we will definitely kill Xiao Ran. Suddenly, Chang Yangxia, who was sitting at the side, stood up and said with a twinkle in his eyes. Shui Xiaoyuan was slightly stunned when he heard him speak, and then his eyes shone. That's right. As long as you can take out 2 soul-binding pearls, we will kill even the disciples of the other true dragon son of heaven. Shui Xiaoyuan also stood up and stared at the first divine son. Soul-binding pearls? The first divine son was slightly stunned. I will report to our Lord God now. Okay, report immediately. We only have one condition. Shui Xiaoyuan waved his hand, and the first divine son was directly teleported outside. If we can get the soul-binding pearl, we can. Seeing the first divine son disappear, Chang Yangxia growled with some excitement in his eyes. As long as we get the soul-binding pearl, we'll have a chance to completely subdue those 2 beauties. Shui Xiaoyuan was also excited. The soul-binding pearl could bind a person's body. It was a great threat even to godly state experts. Although it was not 100% binding, it was a very good weapon to subdue subordinates and other gods. With the soul-binding pearl and some of their methods, they were confident that they could subdue those 2 ladies. For this, so what if they offended the Dragon King? He did not dare to offend them alone, but with Chang Yangxia joining in, with their combined strength, the Dragon King might not be their match. Moreover, the 2 women were with them now. Even if they did not subdue them, if the Dragon King came to take revenge, it should not be a problem to ask the 2 women to help them kill the Dragon King. The danger was not great. It was totally worth the risk. The reward just now was not worth it for them. The soul-binding bead was totally worth it. The 2 looked at each other and looked outside. Their eyes were shining. My lords, the god of the Lingxiao treasure hall has agreed to your conditions. The 2 soul-binding beads will be delivered soon. Not long after, the first divine son of the Lingxiao treasure hall walked in and said, Okay, we will kill Xiao Ran within 10 hours after we receive the soul-binding bead. A smile flashed across Shui Xiaoyuan's eyes as he immediately said, Yes. The first divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace nodded and left with cupped hands. Haha, now we have to think of a way to put the soul-binding bead into their bodies. It seems that we have to gain the other party's trust. The 2 of them looked at each other and could not help but laugh. Sister, those 2 guys don't look like good people either. Mother used to say that men are all bad. It seems like it's true. At this moment, at the top of the divine mountain, Hua said to her sister, If you're trying to curry favor for no reason, you're either evil or stealing. After we recover, let's go find him directly. Yeah, that bad guy is not bad. The 2 of them conversed and slowly closed their eyes. Little did they know that they had been schemed against. What's wrong with your brother? His eyes are a little red and he's still in a trance. The next morning, in Jiang City, Wang Xian was eating his breakfast calmly. He glanced at Xiao Ran, who had left early, and asked Lu Mingxin, "Teacher, my brother is heartbroken." Lu Mingxin looked at her brother's back and said in a low voice, "I don't know why, but Sister Ji Lingfei didn't come back after she went to the Lingxiao Palace. After my brother called her yesterday, he was in a daze." Heartbroken? Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Shouldn't she be? Isn't Ji Lingfei interested in Xiao Ran? In the beginning, she was the one who followed Xiao Ran willingly." "I don't know either. Sister Ji Lingfei probably wouldn't, but—" Lu Mingxin frowned with a distressed expression. Wang Xian's gaze flickered slightly. He looked in the direction of the Ling Xiao Palace and didn't say anything. Naturally, it was better for them to settle the matter of their disciples themselves. Sigh. At this moment, Xiao Ran, who had teleported to the central office of Longmin Academy, sighed silently. He looked at everything in the room and at the now empty table. His body trembled. He quietly walked over and slowly landed on the table. He touched everything on the table and closed his eyes slightly. This is that Xiao Ran? There should be no mistake. Chop off his head. At this moment, two voices suddenly sounded in the room. Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, but just then, he saw a palm chopping towards his head. Chapter 1942. 1942, 1942 Slaughter of Gods and Extermination of Sects 1. In the quiet office of Longmin Academy, a piercing sound was heard. Xiao Ran widened his eyes. His pupils were filled with fear as he stared at the two figures in front of him. However, at this moment, time was frozen. Death was approaching. In just a split second, a head was removed. There aren't any traces left behind. Then the Dragon King shouldn't be able to find out what we did. Let's go. Shui Xiaoyuan glanced at the corpse on the ground indifferently. His figure moved, and the two disappeared. Soon, the two figures appeared in the void. They threw the head in their hands toward the first divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace. Mission accomplished. The two people said indifferently and disappeared in an instant. You want to lay your hands on Goddess Ji Lingfei? Don't you know your own strength and background? You really don't know death. If it weren't for the next thing, I would have killed you easily. The first divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace looked at the head in his hand. After confirming it, he casually threw it away. The head fell from tens of thousands of meters in the sky and directly fell into the ocean below. Dean. Not good. The Dean was killed. The Dean was killed. An hour later, an exclamation sounded in Longmin Academy. In the Dean's office of Longmin Academy, a group of disciples from Longmin Academy rushed over. When they saw the corpses in the room, their faces were filled with shock. Who dares to kill Dean Xiao? Dean Xiao is the disciple of the Dragon King. Dean Xiao was actually killed. Oh my God, immediately report to the Dragon King. Immediately report to the Dragon King. Cries of surprise rang out from the disciples of Longmin Academy. The death of their dean was a huge blow to the entire Dragon Gate Academy. The news of Dean Xiao's death quickly spread to the entire Dragon Gate Academy. When all the students received the news, their faces were filled with shock. Dean Xiao was actually dead. The founder of the Dragon Gate Academy was actually assassinated in his office. All the students' faces turned pale as they discussed in fear. Boom. In the villa by the sea, Wang Xian was giving Lu Mingxin some pointers on cultivation matters at the top of the villa. When he received this news, his expression changed slightly. Teacher, what happened to you? Lu Mingxin sensed the drastic change in Wang Xian's aura and asked immediately. Let's go. Wang Xian's expression turned cold slowly. With a wave of his arm, he led Lu Mingxin directly to Xiao Ran's office. Aojian, who was standing at the side, felt Wang Xian's anger and was slightly shocked. His figure moved and followed behind. Buzz. Wang Xian's figure appeared in the office of Longmin Academy. Dragon King. Everyone was slightly shocked when they saw the Dragon King who appeared out of thin air. They quickly bowed. Dragon King, Xiao Ran. A Draconid said to Wang Xian with an extremely embarrassed expression. Ah, brother. brother. At the side, when Lu Mingxin saw the corpse on the ground, her body staggered and tears flowed down instantly. She pounced over in grief. Wang Xian looked at the corpse on the ground and scanned his surroundings with his yin-yang and five elements dragon eyes. Other than two faint footprints, there were no other traces. All of you, get out, Wang Xian said to everyone in the room with a gloomy face. Yes, it's the Dragon King. The surrounding air was almost frozen. Everyone immediately nodded respectfully and walked outside. Woo-woo, teacher, brother, he... Lu Mingxin was crying bitterly and her body was trembling. Wang Xian squatted down and patted her shoulder gently. Dragon King. At this moment, Ao Jian's figure appeared. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, his expression changed slightly. Ao Jian, make a trip back to the Dragon Palace. Bring the soul-returning embryo from the ancestral tree and bring some resources over. Wang Xian's face was solemn as he ordered Ao Jian. It's the Dragon King. Ao Jian nodded immediately and disappeared. Mingxin, don't cry. Don't worry, I'm here. He patted the heartbroken Lu Mingxin and said gently, Teacher, brother, is there really any hope? Teacher, I beg you. Sabasobi. She looked at Wang Xian with a sob. No problem. Don't worry, I'm here. Wang Xian nodded at her and stood up slowly. He stared coldly at Xiao Ran's headless corpse. His eyes were filled with endless coldness. If it weren't for the two soul-returning fruits in the Dragon Palace, Xiao Ran wouldn't have been saved by the immortals and gods this time. He would definitely die. He wasn't a member of the Dragon Palace to begin with. If he died, it meant that he was dead. To be able to kill Xiao Ran in such a secretive manner, only peak-stage demigod and godly state experts can do it. Furthermore, I didn't even see any traces of the yin-yang and five elemental dragon eyes. He must be a godly state expert. Two godly state experts came to assassinate a mortal? Wang Xian's eyes were extremely cold as he kept thinking. To be able to use a godly state expert to kill a mortal, how much hatred was this? Ever since he came to Earth, the only godly state experts that he had offended were the Pyramid faction. Now that the Pyramid faction was greatly weakened, it was impossible for them to send two gods to kill a mere disciple of his. However, if it had nothing to do with him, who would spend such a huge amount of effort to assassinate a mortal? Jilingfei? Lingxiao Palace? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Jilingfei had suddenly returned to Lingxiao Palace, and now she was suddenly heartbroken. Was it the background behind Jilingfei? Lingxiao Palace? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. If it really is Lingxiao Palace, just you wait. Wang Xian mumbled as he stood there and waited quietly. Lu Mingxin stood at the side with a lump in her throat. Time passed slowly. At this moment, the news of Xiao Ran's death on the internet had caused a huge sensation. Xiao Ran was the founder of the Dragon Gate Academy. Currently, the Dragon Gate Academy was the #1 academy in the world, the leader of all the academies. His only disciple, the Dragon King, had the Dragon King's backing. He could be considered to have a deep background. However, today, he was found dead in the Dragon Gate Academy by the disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy, and his head was beheaded. Dean Xiao Ran was actually assassinated. This is simply too terrifying. The founder of the Dragon Gate Academy was assassinated. Is the Dragon Gate Academy going to be finished? I don't know who did it, but they actually dared to kill the disciple of the Dragon King. With the rise of all the gods on earth and all the sons of heaven of the true dragons, there should be many people who dare to offend the Dragon King. After all, the Dragon King hasn't ignited the divine fire yet. Those who dare to assassinate the disciple of the Dragon King should not be afraid of the Dragon King. Countless people were talking about the assassination of Xiao Ran, and everyone was waiting for the Dragon King's reaction. There were all kinds of discussions on the internet, and all the disciples and students of the Dragon Gate Academy were in a state of panic. Dragon King, the soul-returning embryo is here, and there are also some resources. An hour later, Ao Jian returned. Chapter 1943. 1943 1943 Slaughter of Gods and Extermination of Sects 2. Soul-returning embryo. Absorb the souls of the dead and revive them. Soul-returning embryo. It was a very short introduction, but its effect was heaven-defying. Revive the dead. Wang Xian took the soul-returning embryo handed over by Ao Jian and crushed it directly. A type of information appeared in his mind. Following the information, Wang Xian's mind moved slightly. The crushed soul-returning embryo was emitting a mysterious power that enveloped Xiao Ran's corpse. Sensing this mysterious power, Wang Xian slowly closed his eyes. Buzz. At the bottom of the sea, thousands of kilometers away, a head was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious energy. Slowly, the head disappeared in an instant. In the office of the Dean of Longmin Academy, Xiao Ran's head appeared out of thin air on his body. The mysterious power of the soul-returning embryo completely enveloped him. Brother. Lu Mingxin covered her mouth slightly when she saw this scene. Her face was filled with excitement. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Wang Xian did not show any signs of surprise when he saw this scene. However, it would still take a few days for him to completely recover. His palm landed on Xiao Ran's head. Xiao Ran. With a thought, he shouted in his mind, "Master, am I dead? Where is this place?" A confused voice entered his mind. To be exact, you were killed. Do you know the person who killed you? Wang Xian heard his voice and asked directly. Master, I only saw two figures at that time. They were somewhat familiar. They seemed to be gods. I didn't have the slightest ability to resist them. Master, am I dead now? Xiao Ran replied. Describe the figures of the two of them. Rest for a few days, and you will wake up in a few days. Don't be anxious. Wang Xian comforted him. It's Master. Xiao Ran replied and quickly described the figures of the two of them. Wang Xian stood up and waved his hand. Shui Xiaoyuan and Chang Yangxia appeared in the void of the office. Find out who these two figures are. They should be godly state experts. Wang Xian said to Lu Mingxin, who was beside him. It's Master. Lu Mingxin nodded immediately and took out her phone to check on the internet. 80% of the gods who ignited the godly fire could find pictures of them on the internet. Teacher, I found one. That figure is known as the water god. He used to be the second most favored person on the prodigy roll. Now, he has ignited the godly fire. A month ago, he broke through to the godly state. The true spirit sect was founded by him. As for the other figure, there is no information about him on the internet. Teacher, did they harm my brother? Very soon, Lu Mingxin found a piece of information and asked Wang Xian. Where is the true spirit sect? Wang Xian nodded slowly. His eyes were sparkling with a cold glint. Teacher, the true spirit sect is now occupying the divine mountain, the Yellow Mountain. The Yellow Mountain? As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at Ao Jian. Call Ao Qian and the rest over. It's the Dragon King. Ao Jian nodded immediately. True spirit sect? Water god? Xiao Ran didn't offend them. Why did the two gods come to assassinate him? Wang Xian frowned slightly. He initially thought that this matter was done by the Lingxiao treasured palace, but he didn't expect it to not be the case. No matter who he is, he will have to pay the price of blood for killing the disciple of my Dragon King. A hint of viciousness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Mingxin, take care of your brother first. He spoke to Lu Mingxin and walked out slowly. Dragon King. At the entrance, all the disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy were guarding outside. When they saw the Dragon King coming out, they shouted respectfully. Everything will be the same here at the Dragon Gate Academy. I'm here. He spoke indifferently and walked straight out. It's the Dragon King. When all the disciples of Dragon Gate Academy heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. If the Dragon King did not care about Dragon Gate Academy, the entire Dragon Gate Academy would be finished. Sensing the murderous aura from the Dragon King, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. After hesitating for a moment, they followed behind the Dragon King and walked out. Buzz, buzz. Greetings, Dragon King. When Wang Xian reached the door, figures appeared out of thin air. Ao Jian, Ao Yao, Ao Qitian, Ao Xingmu, Ao Qi, Ao Crab, Mao Zisen, Ba Qi, and Ao Feng Wang. Greetings, Dragon King. The 9 figures shouted respectfully in human form. Behind them, 100 members of the Demon War Department were holding metal clubs that were filled with a violent aura. Around them, all the disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy were paying attention to the situation in the dean's office. When they saw the Dragon King come out, all the students' eyes were filled with awe. However, when the members of the Dragon Palace appeared out of thin air, all of them were slightly shocked and their faces revealed a look of surprise. What are those people and creatures? Are they the Dragon King's men? They should be the subordinates of the Dragon King. Why did the Dragon King call them here? All the students were shocked. Even the disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy looked on in astonishment. Let's go to the yellow sky. Today, we will slaughter the gods and destroy the sect. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the members of the Dragon Palace and said with a cold expression, "It's the Dragon King." As soon as he said that, the members of the Dragon Palace responded in a cold tone. Buzz. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew directly into the sky. The members of the Dragon Palace followed closely behind him and flew in the direction of the Yellow Mountain. Oh my God, what is the Dragon King doing? Slaughtering the gods and exterminating the sect? The Dragon King knows who killed Dean Xiao. Slaughtering the gods and exterminating the sect? This is so domineering. Yellow Mountain seems to be the territory of the true spirit sect. There's a water god there. It's a powerful force that rarely has a god there. Is it that god from the true spirit sect who killed Dean Xiao? Our Dragon King will exterminate them? Shocked voices came from the students' mouths, one after another. The true spirit sect, you're finished. The Dragon King will definitely exterminate you. When the insightful void-level disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy saw this scene, they clenched their fists tightly. They had witnessed the terror of the Dragon King and the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. If Dean Xiao had not banned them from talking about it, the entire world would have been in an uproar. Perhaps my Dragon King is too low-key. Someone actually dared to assassinate my disciple. In the sky, Wang Xian flew towards the Yellow Mountain at a terrifying speed. A sinister look appeared in his eyes. Since that was the case, I will let all of you witness the strength of my Dragon King and the Dragon Palace. Boom! However, when the Dragon King led a group of the Dragon Palace's subordinates and flew toward Huangtian, the internet was already abuzz. When the students of Dragon Gate Academy saw the Dragon King leading a group of experts to avenge Dean Xiao, they were naturally very excited. They excitedly posted on the internet that the Dragon King had gone to slaughter the gods and destroy the sect to avenge his disciple. When everyone confirmed this news, they were also extremely shocked. The news of Xiao Rant's murder had spread all over the internet an hour ago. Everyone was also waiting for the Dragon King's attitude. They did not expect that the Dragon King had already found the murderer and had already killed him. Chapter 1944. 1944 1944 Slaughter of Gods and Extermination of Sects 3. The water god of the true spirit sect ignited the divine fire not long ago. His strength should not be a match for the Dragon King. I reckon that the water god is going to be unlucky. I wonder what grudge the water god has with the dean of the Dragon Gate Academy. He actually assassinated him in secret and did not dare to kill him openly. Perhaps he was afraid of the Dragon King's revenge. Now the Dragon King has led his men to fly towards the Yellow Mountain. After all, there will be another big battle. The entire internet was in an uproar. Everyone was paying attention to the Dragon King's revenge for his disciple. At the same time, all the disciples of the true spirit sect in the Yellow Mountain received the news that the Dragon King was flying towards the Yellow Mountain with his men. The disciples of the true spirit sect changed their expressions and immediately reported the news to the hierarch. With the current strength of their true spirit sect, they were no match for the Dragon King. Reporting to Lord Water God, the hierarch of the true spirit sect came to a halt at the top of the Yellow Mountain with a changed expression and bowed toward the inside. What's the matter? In the hall, Shui Xiaoyuan was playing chess with Chang Yangxia on the chessboard. When he saw the hierarch of the True Spirit sect running over in a hurry, he glanced at him and asked, Lord Water God is in trouble. The Dragon King is rushing towards our Yellow Mountain with his men. He said that he wants to destroy us. The master of True Spirit cult immediately reported in a panic. Dragon King. Shui Xiaoyuan and Chang Yangxia stopped what they were doing. They looked at each other in surprise. What happened? Shui Xiaoyuan's eyes sparkled as he slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, Lord Water God, we also heard on the internet that the Dragon King has come to avenge his disciple. The True Spirit cult master immediately replied, Revenge? Shui Xiaoyuan pursed his lips and his face was full of surprise. Then, his face slowly turned cold as he looked at Chang Yangxia. He has come? Hee. A Dragon King thinks he is invincible? The corners of Chang Yangxia's mouth curled up slightly, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Haha, that's right. A Dragon King who hasn't ignited the divine fire really thinks we're afraid of him. If he dares to come here today, I'll make sure he doesn't come back. Shui Xiaoyuan laughed loudly. The two of them looked at each other, and with a gentle wave of their arms, their figures directly arrived at the highest peak at the entrance of the Yellow Mountain. Following them was a chessboard and 2 futons floating at the entrance of the Yellow Mountain. With our strength, we are enough to deal with the Dragon King. However, if we want to keep him here, we might need to ask the 2 women to help us. I just don't know if they are willing to help. Chang Yangxia looked at the peak of the mountain in the center and said faintly, No need. We might not be able to kill him in other places, but this is my territory. With the help of the array, we can kill him. Shui Xiaoyuan said lightly, his face full of confidence. Oh. Chang Yangxia raised his eyebrows in surprise. Haha, that's even better. The two laughed and looked at the chessboard. Shui Xiaoyuan placed the chess pieces lightly. Although the Dragon King knew that they were the ones who had assassinated Xiao Ran, they did not panic at all. It was nothing more than an accident. They just had to solve this accident. Therefore, at the top of the mountain at the entrance of the Yellow Mountain, 2 figures could be seen sitting cross-legged and playing chess, full of indifference. This scene was also seen by all the disciples of the True Spirit sect. When they saw the 2 figures sitting there playing chess, everyone's eyes widened slightly, full of surprise. That blue figure is our Lord Water God. Who is the other figure? Our Lord Water God is sitting on the top of the mountain at the entrance and playing chess with that person. Is he waiting for the arrival of the Dragon King? Hiss, those who can play chess with our Lord Water God must be godly state experts. My God, the 2 lords are actually leisurely waiting for the arrival of the Dragon King. There's another godly state expert, haha, 2 godly state experts. Even if the Dragon King comes, we are not afraid at all. That Dragon King actually said that he would slaughter the gods and exterminate the sect. I want to see how he will exterminate us without lighting the divine fire. Haha, I'm afraid that the Dragon King will become a joke. The excited voices came from all the disciples of the True Spirit sect. They looked at the 2 indifferent figures at the mountain peak at the entrance of the Yellow Mountain, and their faces were filled with awe. This was their Lord God. So what if the Dragon King came? It was just that one of them hadn't even ignited the divine fire. What was there to be afraid of? Around the Yellow Mountain, some people who saw this scene were also shocked and filled with surprise. The reaction of the Yellow Mountain was immediately posted on the internet. When everyone saw the picture of the 2 gods sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain playing chess, their eyes widened slightly. How can there be 2 gods in Huangshan? Who is the other god? 2 gods? If there are 2 gods, then the Dragon King might not be their match. Playing chess? I really didn't expect the 2 gods in Huangshan to be so indifferent. They totally don't put the Dragon King in their eyes. When everyone saw the picture on the internet, they were all in an uproar. Besides them, there was only one water god on the Yellow Mountain, and they were no match for the Dragon King. However, they did not expect that there were 2 gods on the Yellow Mountain. Moreover, these 2 gods were sitting on the top of the mountain and playing chess. It was obvious that they did not think much of the Dragon King. At the same time, this was also the strong confidence of the two gods on the Yellow Mountain. This showed that they were not afraid of the Dragon King. The next battle will probably be a big one. It's not certain who will win or lose. Everyone was paying attention to the news on the internet. Unfortunately, this time, they could only wait for the latest news on the internet. There was no live broadcast. This time, I can take a good look at the Dragon King's strength and see how strong the true dragon son of heaven is. After some gods received this news, their figures moved and flew towards the Yellow Mountain, preparing to take a closer look. To be discovered after assassinating a mortal, what an idiot. In the soaring heavens treasured palace, Jin Feng felt a little disdainful after receiving this news. He didn't have much interest in this battle. Boom, boom. In front of the Yellow Mountain, a group of people with a terrifying murderous aura suddenly flew over. When the group of people arrived, the clouds and the entire sky scattered in all directions. Wang Xian stood in the middle and stared coldly at the spot in front of him. His gaze was locked onto the two figures who were playing chess on the peak of the Yellow Mountain. His eyes revealed a cold glint. The Dragon King is here. The Dragon King is here. I didn't expect him to release such a terrifying killing intent so quickly. Humph, is he disrespecting us? Voices rang out one after another in the Yellow Mountain, and everyone stared at the Dragon King and the others who were hurrying over. They're here. The corners of Shui Xiaoyuan and Chang Yangxia's lips curled up slightly. They stood still. Chapter 1945. 1945 1945 Slaughter of Gods and Extermination of Sects 4. The wind in the entire Yellow Mountain seemed to be fixed. A solemn atmosphere filled a radius of dozens of kilometers. Everyone around the Yellow Mountain stared at the Dragon King and the others in the sky, their eyes shining. Pa! On the mountain peak at the entrance of the Yellow Mountain, the crisp sound of chess pieces being played was unusually clear at this time. The Water God and the other gods of the Yellow Mountain are so calm. Even when the Dragon King came, their expressions didn't change at all. They are so confident. It seems that they don't put the Dragon King in their eyes. Around the Yellow Mountain, some people saw this scene and looked at the two gods playing chess, filled with admiration and respect. This was the appearance of a strong person. When others fought, they still played chess. My disciple, Xiao Ran, should not have any enmity with you. Why did you kill him? Wang Xian stared at them. His eyes were sparkling. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and asked faintly, "We will play this game later." When Chang Yangxia heard Wang Xian's words, he looked at Shui Xiaoyuan with a smile. "Well, wait for a while." Shui Xiaoyuan stood up slowly with a confident look on his face. He looked at Wang Xian and raised his head slightly. "So what if I kill him? What's the point of why?" His indifferent voice reverberated throughout the entire Yellow Mountain. Hiss! Upon hearing his words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as shock appeared on their faces. "So what if I kill him? Haha, our water god is so domineering. If we kill him, we will kill him." When everyone from the True Spirit sect saw the domineering water god, excitement was written all over their faces. He was indeed a god who stood high and mighty. So what if we kill him? Upon hearing their words, Wang Xian muttered to himself. His gaze swept across everything in the Yellow Mountain. "Since that's the case, let's raise this place to the ground," he said faintly. "Haha, raise this place to the ground? Dragon King, you are really arrogant. Do you really think that you can kill us just because you are the son of heaven of the true dragon? I would like to see how a son of heaven of the true dragon who has not ignited the divine fire can raise this place to the ground." As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, Chang Yangxia laughed out loud and exuded a terrifying pressure. He attacked Wang Xian and the rest directly. "Today, I will make sure that you, Dragon King, never return." Shui Xiaoyuan's body trembled and a vast ocean appeared around him. The ocean appeared out of thin air and exuded a powerful aura. "Haha, Dragon King, do you know whose territory this is? You dare to step into my territory. I have to say, you are really stupid." Heavenly water formation. Rise. As Shui Xiaoyuan spoke, his arm pointed toward the void. Four gigantic water pillars appeared in 4 directions. Even Wang Xian and the rest were in the center of the water pillars. This water god has already made preparations in advance. He is completely waiting for the arrival of the Dragon King. It seems that this Dragon King is indeed a little arrogant and stupid. He entered Shui Xiaoyuan's territory directly and was trapped by the formation. With Shui Xiaoyuan and another god, along with the formation, a Dragon King who didn't ignite the divine fire is dead for sure. The few gods who were hiding in the void and watching the scene muttered to themselves, "Dragon King, I haven't made a move since I upgraded. Let me kill them." Ao Crab shook his 8 arms and asked Wang Xian for instructions. "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head. "Ao Crab, let's each kill one of them. Let's see who will kill them first." The combative Ao Chitian waved his arms, and the ocean-pacifying needle appeared in his hand. Roar, roar. How dare the 2 of you touch the disciple of the Dragon King? Die. As Ao Chitian spoke, he let out a furious roar. His body moved and transformed into a 100-meter-long demonic monkey. His entire body emitted a terrifying demonic aura as he attacked Shui Xiaoyuan directly. "Kacha kacha, leave both of them to me." Aochi shouted in slight dissatisfaction when he saw Ao Chitian charging straight at him. With a light leap, he directly transformed into an earthen yellow crab that was 1,000 meters long. At the very front were 2 incomparably huge pincers. Behind him were 8 legs that were filled with sharp thorns, making them look somewhat sinister. Boom! The ground shook violently as Ao Crab attacked. The moment Ao Chitian and Ao Crab attacked, Shui Xiaoyuan and Cheng Yangxia were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? What the hell was going on? Wasn't their opponent the Dragon King? Why did 2 godly state existences rush out from the Dragon King's side? Moreover, from the aura that burst out from him, he was not weaker than them. In fact, he was even stronger than them. The reason why they dared to sit there and play chess leisurely and did not put the Dragon King in their eyes at all was because in their eyes, the Dragon King's arrival was just sending himself to his death. However, what was going on with these 2 godly state experts who had charged straight at them? What was going on? The 2 of them were completely dumbfounded. Their posturing was for the Dragon King, not for the 2 of them. What's going on? Beside the Dragon King, how could it be? The gods watching in the void, the people looking in their direction, and all the disciples of the true spirit sect also opened their mouths slightly. What was going on with the 2 godly state experts who suddenly appeared beside the Dragon King? Take this. At this moment, Ao Chitian's violent voice rang out. The sea-pacifying needle in his hand directly became 10,000 meters long and smashed toward Shui Xiaoyuan and Cheng Yangxia. Whoosh! In their confusion, the 2 widened their eyes and hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! An incomparably loud boom shook the entire Yellow Mountain. The mountain peak at the very front, which was nearly 10,000 meters long, directly collapsed. Rocks shot out in all directions. The other one, your opponent, is me. The Dragon King said that he will raise your place to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Ao Chi made a strange sound when he saw Ao Chitian's attack. He was unwilling to be left behind. Rumble. His body emitted an earthen yellow luster. On the ground, rocks and large chunks of soil rose into the air. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred in the entire Yellow Mountain. Boom! Countless rocks and chunks of soil smashed directly toward Cheng Yangxia. Damn it! Damn it! Why did 2 such powerful godly state experts suddenly appear? Cheng Yangxia and Shui Xiaoyuan's faces instantly broke out in cold sweat. The calm expression on their faces just now completely disappeared. Until now, they still couldn't understand why the Dragon King would bring 2 such terrifying subordinates. If he knew that the Dragon King had 2 such powerful subordinates, how could he still dare to show off in this chess game? They would have fled far away long ago. Roar, roar, roar. Enjoy the fury. Without giving them any time to think, Ao Qitian's entire body was blood red. In the middle of his body, there were streaks of blood-red lightning that flowed and directly attacked Shui Xiaoyuan. Ao Qitian, who had fire, thunder, and darkness attributes, was unexcelled in the fury. Chapter 1946. 1946 was razed to the ground. Heavenly water formation, open. When Shui Xiaoyuan saw Ao Qitian charging at him with that violent force, his expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth, took out a formation compass, and waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The water pillars that were 100 meters in diameter and shot straight into the sky from 4 directions immediately bloomed with terrifying water spray. The 4 water pillars attacked Ao Qitian directly. At the same time, the sea beasts formed from various water elements in the ocean behind him attacked Ao Qitian. The overwhelming attacks completely covered Ao Qitian. Roar! When Ao Qitian saw Shui Xiaoyuan's attack, he raised his head and let out a wild roar. He swept his gaze across the water pillars and swept his long tail across the sky. The tail, which was made up of lightning, darkness, and flames, swept across the water pillars, causing the entire heavenly water array to tremble. Ocean-pacifying needle, freeze. He looked at the densely packed sea beasts that covered the entire sky in front of him and waved the ocean-pacifying needle in his hand forward. The most powerful ability of the ocean-pacifying needle was that it could stabilize the ocean within a few thousand kilometers and calm the waves. It could suppress the water element. A single ocean-pacifying needle froze all the sea beasts in the sky. Roar! Ao Qitian roared, and a blood-red energy that was a combination of the 3 elements rushed forward. The sea beasts instantly collapsed and dissipated. Mad Dragon chains. Crack, crack, crack. Ao Qitian moved his arm, and the sea-pacifying needle in his hand was wrapped with chains. After the blood-red chains wrapped around the sea-pacifying needle, they immediately attacked Shui Xiaoyuan. How can he be so strong? Seeing Ao Qitian's attack, Shui Xiaoyuan's heart beat violently, and his eyes revealed a look of fear. He had used all his strength in the array formation, but it had been easily resisted. One had to know that the array formation he had set up was capable of severely injuring 2 divine fire gods. Yet, it had been easily resisted. This, ka, move the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a violent sound rang out from the side, causing Shui Xiaoyuan's heart to pound violently. At the side, 2 mountains that were 5,000 to 6,000 meters tall rose from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, and smashed towards Changyangsha. This is a divine mountain that even a demigod couldn't break. Now, it's being lifted up. Changyangsha's expression changed drastically when he saw Ao Crab's violent attack. He held a ring of fire weapon in his hand, and with a wave of his arm, rings of fire smashed towards the 2 mountains. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, Ao Crab's body was covered in a layer of earthy yellow. Within the earthy yellow, traces of demonic chi circulated. Crack, crack, crack. His 2 claws with pincers and the other 8 claws directly toward Changyangsha. Ring of fire, ring of God. Changyangsha directly put the ring of fire weapon in his hand toward Ao Crab. In the air, the ring of fire rapidly expanded and enveloped the Ao Crab. Crack, crack, crack. The Ao Crab let out a strange cry and 2 huge pincers directly pounced on it. At the same time, streams of earthy yellow soil spread toward the ring of fire, extinguishing all the flames on it. Not good. When the yellow soil covered the ring of fire, Changyangsha discovered to his horror that his weapon had lost its sense. Gulp. He gulped, his eyes filled with fear. He was no match for this monster in front of him. Let's run. Our water god and the others are no match for those 2 monsters. It's over. It's over. How is this possible? The Dragon King hasn't made a move yet. The battle between the four immortals and gods in Yellow Mountain instantly turned the entire mountain into a mess. When all the disciples of the True Spirit sect saw this scene, their faces turned extremely pale. At the beginning, when they saw Lord Water God and the others leisurely playing chess and waiting for the arrival of the Dragon King, they thought that Lord Water God was completely unafraid of the Dragon King. In fact, the Dragon King might even die in the Yellow Mountain today. But unexpectedly, the Dragon King didn't even make a move. Just two of his subordinates had completely suppressed Lord Water God. Many people in the True Spirit sect wanted to cry. Some disciples couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Water God is too pretentious. Fuck, what's going on now? Remembering that they had mocked and cursed the Dragon King on the internet just now, their expressions were very ugly. The Dragon King actually has two such terrifying underlings. These two underlings of the Dragon King aren't inferior to the other true dragon sons of heaven, right? This Dragon King is really strong. The gods and citizens who had been paying attention to this place all this time sucked in a deep breath. They had originally thought that the Dragon King, who hadn't ignited the divine fire, would at most be comparable to those ordinary gods. However, they had never imagined that he actually had two such powerful subordinates. He hadn't even made a move against the two gods of Yellow Mountain. Those two pretentious guys are going to fall. Everyone thought of the scene of the Water God playing chess with another god while waiting for the Dragon King. They thought of the Water God disdainfully saying that he would kill them. Now, ladies, save us, save our lives. At this moment, Shui Xiaoyuan, who was swept by the mad dragon chain, instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. A divine kingdom appeared behind him, and he hurriedly ran towards the mountain in the middle of the Yellow Mountain. Save us! Chang Yangxiao was also in a sorry state. He had wanted to teleport away, but he had been interrupted. This made him extremely terrified. When he heard Shui Xiaoyuan's voice, he also ran towards the mountain with all his might. That was their last lifeline. If the two women were willing to help them with all their might, they could still kill the Dragon King this time. They had seen the two women kill the god of Fire Palace's two wisps of divine fire in an instant. Sister, the two guys outside seem to be in trouble and are asking us for help. At this moment, Huar and Kair were sitting cross-legged on the highest peak in the middle of the Yellow Mountain. The surrounding branches covered them all. When the battle broke out just now, they had already sensed the movement. However, they did not care and were recovering from their injuries. When they faintly heard the two people's desperate cries for help, Huar opened her mouth and asked, "If it's possible, help them escape." Kair hesitated for a moment before saying, the two of them had brought them here so that they could recover from their injuries. No matter what, this was a small favor. They had to return this favor. Kair waved her arm, and the branches that wrapped them dispersed. Violent and tyrannical sounds and auras came from outside. This caused Huar and Kair to immediately frown. If you want to escape, go to hell. At this moment, they heard a violent sound and quickly looked over. An incomparably huge earth spike was attacking in their direction. There were traces of magic patterns on the earth spike. Sensing the aura of the magic patterns on it, their expressions changed slightly. Evil? Chapter 1947. 1947 was razed to the ground. Yaoxia. Huar and Kair were very familiar with Yaoxia's aura. Once, they had fallen at the hands of the powerful Yaoxia. Looking at the magic patterns on the earth spike, a cold expression appeared on their faces. "Break for me," Huar shouted softly. The star grass above her head flickered slightly and instantly slashed towards the incomparably terrifying earth spike. Bang! A collision that wasn't very loud caused the entire earth spike to instantly collapse. Shui Xiaoyuan and Chang Yangxia, who were flying towards Huar and Kair, had joyful expressions on their faces. They revealed excited expressions. "Ladies, save us. They want to kill us and destroy our entire Yellow Mountain." Shui Xiaoyuan immediately flew to Huar and Kair's side. When he saw the terrifying power of the star grass, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Chang Yangxia knew the strength of that crab-like monster. That attack just now was definitely not something he could withstand. The power of that attack was almost comparable to the powerful attack of two divine fire gods. However, it was easily broken by the woman in front of him, causing him to feel delighted. His life could be saved, and even his eyes were shining with shame and anger. Humph, let's kill him. Huar and Kair looked at the huge crab that continued to fly toward them, their small faces full of killing intent. They had not planned to help Shui Xiaoyuan and Kair fight their opponents at all. However, sensing the demonic aura on Ao Crab, they decided to kill him. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. With these two ladies here, we will definitely be able to kill them. Shui Xiaoyuan and Chang Yangxia revealed excited expressions. They even wanted to roar at this moment. Ka, landslide. Ao Crab stared at the four figures on the mountain peak in front of him. His entire body was still filled with violent killing intent. He had just arrived on Earth, so he naturally did not know Huar and Kair. Moreover, Huar or Kair had already grown up. You big crab, are you still arrogant? Huar looked at the ferocious Ao Crab with an angry expression and waved her arm. In the sky, one by one, thorns seemed to fall from the sky and directly attacked Ao Crab. At the same time, the star grass trembled slightly, and with a flash, it attacked Ao Crab again. The thorns in the sky twined around Ao Crab, and one thorn after another wrapped around his two pincers and 8 legs. Buzz. The star grass came in front of Ao Crab again, causing his violent aura to stagnate. He instantly condensed an indestructible earth shield in front of him. Bang! However, the powerful force still caused Ao Crab to fly backward. Roar! Ao Qitian, who had rushed over from behind, roared when he saw this scene. His blood-red Goyu's eyes locked onto the mountain peak in front of him. Although his several hundred-meter-tall body was much smaller than Ao Crab's, his aura was even more violent. However, when he raised the sea-pacifying divine needle in his hand high and was about to attack, his hand froze slightly. Goyu's 3 eyes were slightly stunned as he looked at Huar and Kair in surprise. What's going on? Why are there 2 gods suddenly appearing? Hiss, who are the 2 girls that Shui Xiaoyuan asked for help from? How can they be so strong? That crab-like godly state creature was actually sent flying. This Shui Xiaoyuan actually has 2 such strong godly teammates. No wonder they were so calm and even arrogant in the beginning. Those 2 girls are so terrifying. Now, the Dragon King might be in trouble. Around the Yellow Mountain, all the experts who were paying attention to this side were slightly shocked when they saw the 2 powerful immortal gods that had suddenly appeared. No one had expected the Dragon King to have 2 such terrifying subordinates. But now, no one had expected the Water God to have 2 even more powerful teammates. Haha, our Lord Water God has even more powerful godly state friends. The Dragon King is going to be finished. They are going to be finished. 4 gods. Our Lord Water God has 4 gods. The Dragon King only has 3, even including himself. And those 2 goddesses defeated that monster in one move. Haha, kill. Seeing this scene, all the disciples of the true spirit sect were excited. They had been terrified, thinking that their god was going to die. They had not expected that 2 more powerful goddesses would suddenly appear on their side. This made everyone of the true spirit sect excited. Kill the Dragon King. After surviving the disaster, they also roared with some savagery. The huge change in the scene shocked everyone who was paying attention to this place. The power of the Dragon King's forces had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Now, the power of the Yellow Mountain and Water God was even more shocking. The next battle would definitely be earth-shattering. Little Princess Ao Qitian pays his respects to the 2 little princesses. Just when everyone thought that the next battle would be even more terrifying, a look of shock appeared in everyone's eyes. In the void at the center of the Yellow Mountain, the extremely violent god-level creature, holding a golden rod and blood-red chains, was actually kneeling in the void, bowing towards the direction of the highest mountain. "Master," he shouted respectfully. When everyone saw this scene, their mouths were slightly agape as they watched in shock. "Oh!" Huar, whose delicate little face was filled with anger, and Kair were also slightly stunned when they saw Ao Chitian suddenly charging over. Of course, they remembered Ao Chitian. Even though they had never seen his battle form, this was his aura. When they saw him kneeling on one knee and calling out to them respectfully, their expressions changed slightly. They quickly scanned their surroundings. However, at this moment, at the edge of the Yellow Mountain, Wang Xian, who had been standing there quietly and did not make a move, was also stunned when he saw the two figures who had suddenly appeared. Although the two little girls had grown up and were big girls, however, the familiar aura, the identical familiar face, and the star grass on top of their heads. Wang Xian recognized the two little girls in an instant. They were Huar and Kair. He was slightly stunned and immediately flew toward the center of the Yellow Mountain. The members of the Dragon Palace behind him immediately followed behind. This sudden scene once again left everyone in a state of bewilderment. What was going on? What was going on? Shui Xiaoyuan and Chang Yangxia were also stunned. This? Greetings, little princess. When Wang Xian flew over, Hua Er and Kair immediately noticed him. There was a hint of surprise and excitement in their eyes. There was a hint of complexity and a hint of strangeness. They pouted slightly and looked at him intently. Wang Xian stopped about 2,000 meters away from them and looked at them with a smile on his face. Ao Jian, Ao Xingmu, and the rest immediately bowed to Huar Kair. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace also bowed when they saw Ao Jian, Ao Xingmu, and Ao Chitian doing the same. Crack, crack. Greetings, little princess. Ao Crab, who was sent flying, flew over in a daze. However, he quickly followed and shouted. Chapter 1948. 1948 was razed to the ground. What's going on? Shui Xiaoyuan and Chang Yangxia, who were watching the scene, were dumbfounded. The subordinates of the Dragon King were actually kneeling in front of the two goddesses who had appeared out of nowhere and calling her little princess. What was going on? Huar saw Ao Chitian, Ao Jian, and the rest of them kneeling and calling out to her respectfully. Their faces turned slightly red as they looked at Wang Xian, who was standing in front of them. Little brother, daddy. Huar opened her mouth and called out playfully. Then, she extended her arms towards Wang Xian directly. Little brother, daddy? Kair was slightly stunned when she heard her sister's words. She smiled and called out as well. Then, she flew towards Wang Xian. This? What is little brother, daddy? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard them calling him daddy. His face turned slightly black as he extended his arms. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. What's wrong? Isn't it right? HMPH, you said that we were picked up from the ground. Furthermore, we were older than you. Although you raised us up, we are still little brothers. Hua Er revealed a smug smile when she saw Wang Xian being defeated. She pounced on him directly. That's right. It's good that both of you are fine. However, I think we should just forget about the word little brother. Wang Xian rubbed her head helplessly as the corner of his mouth twitched. It's our fault for leaving without saying goodbye back then. It made little brother and father worried. Kair held onto Wang Xian's arm and said apologetically, It's fine. I didn't expect both of you girls to have grown up. Wang Xian revealed a gratified look as he caressed their heads. The flowers rubbed against him with a look of dependence. Damn, what's going on? The annual prehistoric drama? Those two girls are the Dragon King's daughters? This is simply... When everyone who was paying attention to the situation saw this, they were stunned. The two goddesses that Shui Xiaoyuan and the others had asked for help from, and the two goddesses that had sent the crab flying with one move, were actually the Dragon King's daughters. Who would have thought of this? Who would dare to think of this? Even the writers and novelists did not dare to write this. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Yu, Shui Xiaoyuan and Cheng Yangxia were completely dumbfounded. These two goddesses were actually the daughters of the Dragon King. The two of them still wanted to rely on them to kill the Dragon King. Could it be that they wanted the daughter of the Dragon King to kill the Dragon King now? Huar and Kair frowned slightly when they heard the voices of Shui Xiaoyuan and Cheng Yangxia behind them. How do you two girls know them? Wang Xian looked at the shocked Shui Xiaoyuan and asked Huar with a slight frown. We are not familiar with them. We don't even know their names. Why did our little brother, Daddy, bring people to kill them? Huar looked at Shui Xiaoyuan and Cheng Yangxia and raised her head to look at Wang Xian. They killed Xiao Ran. Wang Xian stared at them coldly and said, What? They actually killed Xiao Ran? Huar Kair was stunned for a moment. An angry expression appeared on her face. Xiao Ran was her father's disciple, so they naturally knew about it. However, they did not expect that they would actually be killed by these two people. I told you that these two are not good people. HMPH, kill them and avenge Xiao Ran. Huar's face was full of anger as she spoke, and the star grass above her head bloomed with a cold luster. No, no, no. How could this be? How could this be? When Shui Xiaoyuan and Cheng Yangxia heard Huar's words, their faces were completely flustered. The last life-saving straw turned out to be the Dragon King's daughter. And they had killed the Dragon King's disciple. Now that the last straw was known, they wanted to kill them. Their faces were full of fear. Destroy them. Ao Chitian roared and said to Ao Crab, Kaka, eat them. Ao Crab stared at the divine kingdom behind them with dark eyes. Humph, scoundrel. Huar also looked at them. The star grass above their heads flashed slightly and directly attacked them. No, no, don't kill us. Seeing this scene, the two people showed despair on their faces. They roared and fled into the distance. In just an instant, two star grass landed on their bodies, causing them to vomit blood violently. A metal rod that was entangled by chains and a huge pincer landed directly on their bodies. Wang Xian waved his arm. Before they could react, he used the soul-absorbing power. Rumble. The heavens and earth cried out in grief. The gods had fallen. Moreover, this time, two gods had fallen. The Dragon King's anger will not be appeased so easily. Earth-shaking. Ao Crab's dark pupils stared downwards. 2 pincers and 8 claws unfurled. A terrifying earth attribute energy condensed on his body. Rumble. Below him, a radius of 50 kilometers covered the entire Yellow Mountain. Violent tremors began. The earth began to rise and fall. No, no, I can't fly. I can't fly. Save me. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. Below the Yellow Mountain, the people of the True Spirit cult had shocked expressions on their faces as they begged for mercy and fear. Just a moment ago, they had been roaring with excitement to kill the Dragon King, but at this moment, they only hoped to spare their lives. Boom, boom, boom. Mountain peaks began to collapse one after another, collapsing into the surroundings. The gods had fallen, the divine mountains had collapsed, and the sects had been destroyed. The tremors only lasted for a few dozen seconds before the area below was completely razed to the ground. The Yellow Mountain, one of the divine mountains, had completely disappeared after that. Let's go. Wang Xian put away the fire and water elemental divine kingdoms. He looked at Hua, Air, and Kair before he waved his arm and teleported away. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace followed closely behind and teleported away. What was left behind was a piece of land that had been razed to the ground. The mournful cries of heaven and earth reverberated in the entire sky. Everyone who was watching the scene gasped in unison. 2 gods had fallen just like that. They had completely perished. This time, they didn't even have the chance to resurrect. Looking at the ground that had been completely flattened, some of the experts' eyes shone. At this moment, everyone truly recognized the Dragon King's experts, especially when they knew that the 2 goddesses were the Dragon King's daughters. They knew that another extremely powerful force had risen, a force owned by an earthling. Even if the Dragon King hadn't ignited the divine fire yet, his two extremely powerful divine realm subordinates and his two daughters had the strength of a divine realm expert. Together, they had the terrifying strength of 5 divine realm experts. This strength was comparable to the pyramid of one of the 4 great forces. After today, the 4 great forces would become the 5 great forces, a force that belonged to the Dragon King. Chapter 1949. 1949. The world of 1949 was shaken. The 5th major power was born, the power of the Dragon King. The 2 most pretentious and miserable gods were born. When they learned that the Dragon King was coming to destroy them, they were pretentious and played chess, waiting for the arrival of the Dragon King. In the end, the 2 underlings of the Dragon King beat them into a daze and then asked the 2 goddesses for help. In the end, a huge mistake was made. The 2 goddesses were actually the daughter of the Dragon King. In the end, the daughter of the Dragon King joined forces with her underlings and directly destroyed the Yellow Mountain and Water God and the others. 2 gods fell and were killed by the Dragon King's subordinates. They were the 2 gods who knew how to show off the most and suffered the most. The entire Divine Mountain, Yellow Mountain, was razed to the ground by the Dragon King's subordinates. The 5th great power was born. The Dragon King is so terrifying. As expected of the Dragon King of our Earth, he's mighty and domineering. The former Dragon King has returned. When the news about Yellow Mountain was spread on the internet, the entire world was in an uproar. The Dragon King had 2 god-level subordinates and 2 god-level daughters. This was simply heaven-defying. Among the major forces that had descended, the pyramid's strength was only it. No one had expected the Dragon King to have such power. And no one had expected the Yellow Mountain and Water God and the others to be so pretentious and miserable. The Water God must have been killed by the Dragon King. The Yaman God of the pyramid was also killed by the Dragon King. Now, 2 more gods have been killed by the Dragon King. The Dragon King has killed a total of 4 gods. How terrifying! The Dragon King is from Earth. When everyone wanted to ignite the godly fire, the Dragon King had already killed 4 gods. He has a terrifying power. I'm afraid that even the Lingxiao treasured palace wouldn't dare to rashly provoke the Dragon King. After all, there are 5 gods. With the death of 2 gods, very quickly, some people thought of the gods that had died under the Dragon King's hands. Countless people were discussing in shock. Especially the Earthlings now. When they saw how strong the Dragon King was, they were also inexplicably proud. This was an expert that belonged to their planet. He was no weaker than the gods that had descended. 5 gods. That Dragon King really hid himself well. 5. At this moment, in the Hall of Gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace, a middle-aged man was looking at the information with a face full of surprise. I also didn't expect that 5 godly state experts. According to the battle at Huangshan, the Dragon King's subordinates and his 2 daughters would have the combat strength of 2 wisps of divine fire. Jin Feng also frowned slightly as he read the information in his hands, his heart trembling. He didn't pay attention to the battle in Huangshan. It wasn't that he didn't have time, but it was because he didn't put the Dragon King in his eyes. However, the Dragon King suddenly had 4 gods who were comparable to him, causing his heart to tremble slightly. He couldn't believe that a person from Earth could have such power. Shui Xiaoyuan and the others didn't leak anything about us, did they? The middle-aged man asked with a twinkle in his eyes. No, the 2 of them were killed directly. Jin Feng shook his head slowly. That's good. Even such a powerful force was born. It seems that our alliance with the Holy Church has to be accelerated. The middle-aged man murmured and frowned slightly. The appearance of the Dragon King and the power of the Dragon King was a big blow to all the gods and forces. Even their Lingxiao treasured palace had to take it seriously. He suddenly thought of the words his junior sister had said to him. We can find the Dragon King to join forces. Although this person is not weak, he is still not worthy. The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. The Dragon King has 5 godly state experts. In other places, After the godly state experts received this news, their eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. Even the true dragon sons of heaven had slightly solemn expressions as they planned what to do next. The entire world's gods became solemn because of the Dragon King. Xiao Ran is dead. No, no, impossible. This is impossible. In a courtyard of the Lingxiao Palace, Ji Fei was sitting under a tree in the courtyard. When she looked at the messages on the internet, her eyes were red as she shook her head. She looked at the messages in disbelief. Her arm was trembling as she quickly picked up her phone. She wanted to confirm that Xiao Ran was not dead. He was not dead. Everything on the internet was fake. She took out her phone and dialed Xiao Ran's number immediately. However, when she realized that her phone was switched off, she became even more flustered. It won't happen. It won't happen. She shook her head. She took out her phone and searched for Lu Mingxin's number in a fluster. Her body trembled as she pressed the call button. In Jiang City, in the office of the dean of Longmin College, Wang Xian brought Hua Erkaier here. It's Sister Ji Fei. All of a sudden, Lu Mingxin's phone rang from the side. She was slightly taken aback. She looked at Wang Xian and picked up the call. Mingxin, tell me, is Xiao Ran still alive? Everything on the internet is fake. The moment the call was picked up, Ji Fei's anxious voice was heard. Huh. Lu Mingxin was slightly stunned when she heard Ji Fei's anxious voice. Tell him that Xiao Ran is dead? Wang Xian heard the voice on the phone and looked at Lu Mingxin. He transmitted his voice to her. Lu Mingxin was slightly stunned. She raised her head and looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. She nodded her head. My brother is already. She took a deep breath and said to Ji Fei. However, before she could finish her sentence, the sound of her phone dropping was heard. Soon after, it was a busy tone. Teacher, why didn't you tell Sister Ji Fei? She seems to be worried now. Lu Mingxin asked Wang Xian in confusion. The person behind Xiao Ran's death was commanded by the god of the Lingxiao Palace. Wang Xian replied plainly. Before Shui Xiaoyuan and Cheng Yangxia died, he had read their memories through soul capture. When he received this news, Wang Xian was not too surprised. Everything was because of Ji Fei. What? Lu Mingxin was slightly stunned. Her eyes were wide open in disbelief. The Lingxiao Palace? Little brother daddy, they dared to kill Xiao Ran. Let's attack them and destroy the entire Lingxiao Palace. Humph. Huar said with a face full of anger. With our abilities, we aren't strong enough. Let's wait a little longer. There's no rush. This is Xiao Ran's own matter. Let's wait until he wakes up completely before we talk about it. Wang Xian said faintly and glared at her. Also, call him daddy from now on. Don't call him little brother or daddy. What kind of address is that? Just don't. Huar stared at Wang Xian fearlessly. Who asked you to give us the name of Wang Huar and Wang Kaier? It's so outdated. Humph. Wang Xian rubbed her head speechlessly and looked at Lu Mingxin. Don't tell anyone about Xiao Ran's resurrection for the time being. We will go home, and you will take care of Xiao Ran. Yes, teacher. Wang Xian waved his arm and teleported to the villa. He had gained a pretty good harvest from killing 2 immortals this time. Chapter 1950. 1950 was a terrifying upgrade. Dragon King. Little Princess. At the top of the villa, when Wang Xian arrived with Hua Erkaier, the leaders of the Dragon Palace immediately called out respectfully. The Dragon Palace has absorbed the corpses of 2 godly state experts. At least 2 more godly state experts will be added. Aojian, call them over later. Wang Xian waved at them and sat at the side. It's the Dragon King. Aojian nodded. Oh right, Ao Yao and Qiyan. Which one of you is about to ignite the godly fire? Wang Xian looked at the 2 of them and asked. Dragon King, Ao Yao is faster than me. Ao Qiyan replied. Yes. Wang Xian nodded slightly. Dragon King, can I devour the Water God Kingdom? After devouring the Divine Kingdom, I can ignite 2 wisps of godly fire. At this moment, Ao Crab, who was standing at the side, suddenly said, Oh, so fast? Wang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Yes, Dragon King. My upgrade is different from Ao Yao and the rest. I can devour the divine kingdoms to upgrade my level. Moreover, the level of the water god's divine kingdom is not bad. After I devour it, I can ignite the second wisp of divine fire. My subordinates can also upgrade their level. Ao Crab said with a smile. Brother, father, Uncle Ao Crab is similar to Yaoxia. When I first saw him, I thought he was Yaoxia. Kyer heard Ao Crab's words and said with a smile, Yaoxia? You can directly devour the divine kingdom of the water god to upgrade your level. Ao Yao, how's the investigation of the ancient lands of darkness going these 2 days? Wang Xian nodded and asked Ao Yao. Dragon King, there are many powerful demonic beasts in each of the other 10 ancient lands of darkness. Even I am afraid of the strongest one. However, there are 8 ancient lands of darkness that we can deal with. Ao Yao reported. Get ready. Attack those ancient lands of darkness. Ao Crab, devour more divine kingdoms of darkness. Aren't you improving faster? Wang Xian looked at him. Yes, Dragon King. The quality of those dark divine kingdoms and dark nests are very high. If I can devour 7 or 8 of them, or even more than 10 of them, my strength will be able to improve rapidly. I can even reach 4 wisps of divine flames, 5 wisps of divine flames, or even higher. Ao Crab said respectfully. In that case, I will use my clone to attack one ancient land after another with you guys tonight. Wang Xian shot out a powerful glow. If the Dragon Palace was powerful enough, he could directly attack the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and crush Xiaoran. Yes. The members of the Dragon Palace immediately nodded respectfully. Ah, little daddy, is this your doppelganger? It's exactly the same as you. Huayr noticed the doppelganger at the side and walked over with a curious expression. Hee, behave yourself. What do you want to eat? Daddy will get it for you. The doppelganger stroked her head and said with a smile. They are exactly the same. Wow, this is amazing. Huayr's eyes lit up as she touched the doppelganger's body. Wang Xian opened it and held his hand. There is no difference between a doppelganger and a real body. A doppelganger can also be considered a real body. Hee. Huayr smiled and held Wang Xian's hand as they walked downstairs. It had been a long time since they last saw each other at night. The 2 little girls had been lingering around Wang Xian all this while. Although the 2 little girls had grown up a lot, they were still as clingy and playful as when they were young. In the ancient land of darkness, which was the closest to Jiang City, Wang Xian used his clone to lead a group of disciples of the Dragon Palace to fly into an ancient land of darkness. Next, it was time for the members of the Dragon Palace to improve rapidly. Once the ancient lands of darkness were taken down one by one, the strength of the Dragon Palace would undergo an earth-shaking change. Night slowly descended. The internet was still abuzz with all sorts of topics. There were countless posts regarding the strength and influence of the Dragon King. During this period of Earth's mutation, the Dragon King first killed the god of the pyramids and rose up. After that, the gods ignited the divine fire and lifted up the divine kingdom. The true Dragon Son of Heaven, Long Shao of the 9 heavens. The brilliance of the Dragon King was completely concealed. Today, everyone once again felt the might of the Dragon King. As the gods were preparing for the next development and countless people were discussing various topics, figures slowly appeared in a dark, ancient land. Kill. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and ordered in a low voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The group of leaders of the Dragon Palace were all god-level powerhouses. They followed closely behind and charged into the divine kingdom of darkness. Currently, this avatar of Wang Xian possessed the strength of 3 wisps of divine fire. Ao Xingmu and Ao Crab also possessed the strength of 3 wisps of divine fire. This strength was absolutely terrifying. Even the gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace had to tread carefully into the ancient land of darkness. Wang Xian and the rest did not have the slightest scruple. Before this, Ao Yao had already investigated the group of ancient land of darkness. Ao Yao was currently at the peak of the demigod realm. He could assassinate the gods of 2 wisps of divine fire. With his ability to conceal himself in light and darkness, only the gods of 5 or 6 wisps of divine fire could discover him. At present, even the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church didn't have as much understanding of the ancient land of darkness as Wang Xian and the rest. This was also the reason why the Lingxiao treasured palace didn't attack and destroy the divine kingdom of darkness consecutively. This was because they wanted to understand the strength of a divine kingdom of darkness. They had to send a god-level powerhouse to scout it out. If they encountered 4 or 5 wisps of divine fire, they might not be able to get out. They would have to pay a huge price to investigate every dark ancient land. Boom, boom. Soon, rumbling sounds could be heard from the dark ancient land. However, due to the fact that they were in the divine kingdom, they did not hear any sounds from the outside world. An hour later, the dark ancient land slowly disappeared. Wang Xian and the rest appeared in the middle. Continue. Next. Wang Xian waved his arm and the rest disappeared. Time passed slowly. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, many things happened during these 5 days. Firstly, the sudden disappearance of the 7 ancient lands of darkness caused a huge sensation. When the ancient lands of darkness appeared, it shook the entire world. Countless evil spirits rushed out from within. If it wasn't for the appearance of the divine mountain and the rise of the 9 dragons, the entire human race would have been destroyed. However, the disappearance of the 7 ancient lands of darkness caused a huge commotion. Secondly, within these 5 days, 3 true dragon sons of heaven had joined forces and formed the True Dragon Gathering. The components of the True Dragon Gathering instantly caused the entire world to boil. Everyone had seen how powerful the true dragon sons of heaven were. However, how terrifying would the power of the 3 true dragon sons of heaven be when they formed the True Dragon Gathering? The third shocking news was that the pyramid faction had been destroyed by a group of demonic gods led by the Son of Heaven. This was far more exciting than the Dragon King destroying 2 gods. Chapter 1951. 1951. Under the terrifying rise of 1951. The wind rose and the clouds surged, the world changed. The gods fell, and the divine kingdom rose high. In just a few days, major events shook everyone. Some gods fell, and some people ignited the divine fire. Even one of the 4 major forces, the pyramid, was destroyed. This made the gods in the Lingxiao treasured palace, the sacred hall, and the fire god palace extremely solemn. Things had exceeded their expectations one by one. You were once a heaven's favorite, so why not ride the wind and ascend to the 9th heaven? The skyscraping hall would descend to earth, and the heavenly court would open wide to recruit disciples. Those who entered the heavenly court would be placed on the god ascension list, and everyone would be able to become a god. The skyscraping hall would also lose its previous invincible appearance. Back then, when the sacred hall was enveloped, divine light descended, and the light of the God of Light enveloped everyone. The Holy Church had recruited a wide range of disciples. Those who joined the Holy Church would gain eternal life and lose the divine light of the past. With the establishment of the True Dragon Association and the demonic aura of the demonic dragon Son of Heaven, the Holy Church of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace had completely lost their control over the entire earth. Little brother daddy, I'm thirsty. I want to drink some water. Everything was extremely harmonious in the villa by the sea in Jiang City. 2 carefree little girls were sitting in front of the computer playing games. Huar shouted at Wang Xian. Huar, you little girl, are you treating daddy like a nanny? Wang Xian waved his arms speechlessly and threw the drinks that Ao Jian and the rest brought from the supernatural continent in front of the little girl. Hee, you asked us to call you daddy. In daddy's case, we are not even 1 year old yet. We are still a baby. If you can't see a 1-year-old baby, which one of us is not daddy taking good care of? Huar was making some twisted logic. She squinted her eyes and said happily, A baby as big as you? Wang Xian said speechlessly. Anyway, I don't care. If you ask us to call you daddy, then we are not even a year old. Huar said with a smile. Suddenly, she shouted, Ah, I'm dead. Focus on the game. Kyre, who was at the side, glanced at her and said unhappily, Dragon King. At this moment, Aojian and the rest's voices were heard. They're here. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and appeared in the sky above the villa. Daddy, don't forget the delicious food that the uncle said they would bring for us. Huar's voice was heard in the room. Dragon King. When everyone saw Wang Xian, they immediately called out respectfully again. Wang Xian's smiling eyes swept across all of them. Ao Jian, Ao Yao, Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Ao Xingmu, Ao Crab, Mao Zesen, Ao Feng Huang, Ba Qi, Mo Sha, Prime Minister Turtle, Ao Saturn, a member of the Saturn Turtle demonic beast clan, and the 12 leaders of the Dragon Palace. All of them had ignited the divine fire. Behind them, there were 9 slender figures with 2 horns on their heads and green dragon robes. They were similar to the 4 Seas Dragon King in Journey to the West. 9 dragons. These 9 dragons possessed the strength of half of their bodies. They had the strength to kill a wisp of divine fire god. This was the entire strength of the Dragon Palace. This was also the resources that Wang Xian and the rest had obtained after destroying the 7 ancient lands of darkness. This was the improvement of the members of the Dragon Palace. It was a complete qualitative change. Out of the 7 ancient lands of darkness, more than 30 godly state demons had died at their hands. Godly demons could not be devoured by Wang Xian, and they did not have any elixirs, herbs, or other resources. This also allowed Wang Xian's strength to remain at the 9th level of the demigod realm. Currently, his strength was not the strongest in the Dragon Palace. The strongest one was Ao Crab. Now, he had ignited 5 wisps of divine fire. What kind of concept was this? After his body size recovered, he had reached the size of 20,000 meters. According to Ao Crab, if he was given 10 minutes, he would be able to destroy the former Earth. This was the strength of Ao Crab. His improvement was insane, and it made one's hair stand on end. It only took him 5 days to go from 2 wisps of divine fire to 5 wisps of divine fire. The current Ao Crab was almost invincible on Earth. Even the soaring heavens palace might not have such a powerful existence. After all, an Ao Crab with 5 wisps of divine fire could kill a god with 6 wisps of divine fire. Of course, Wang Xian knew that Ao Crab was not invincible. This was because in a dark, ancient land, there were demons that could rival 6 wisps of divine fire. 21 subordinates with the combat strength of the godly state. This was the terrifying strength of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them one by one. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Hunting is indeed the fastest speed for the Dragon Palace to improve, he thought to himself. Next, it was time to improve his own strength. If he wanted to improve his own strength, he would have to set his sights on the gods. The first place is the soaring heavens palace. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Dragon King, I feel that with our current strength, we can totally move the Dragon Palace to Earth. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue suggested to Wang Xian, wait a little longer. Wait until the level of the Dragon Palace is raised. Wang Xian shook his head slowly. Currently, we are still lacking the wood attribute, lightning attribute, and light attribute. However, we should be able to raise the level of the Dragon Palace very soon. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head slightly. All of you should find a place to rest first and make some preparations. Wang Xian said to them. It's the Dragon King. The members of the Dragon Palace nodded their heads respectfully. With a move of their bodies, they disappeared instantly. It's about time to bury all the gods in the heavens. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. Master. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside. You're awake. When Wang Xian heard this voice, a smile appeared on his face as he said faintly, Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Xiao Ran walked in and knelt on the ground respectfully as he spoke to Wang Xian gratefully. This time, if it wasn't for his master, he would have died completely. He was filled with respect and gratitude towards his master for being able to cut off his head and bring him back to life. I've told you some of my dreams. What are you going to do? Wang Xian lifted Xiao Ran up with his arm and asked him, Master, concubine Ling definitely doesn't know about this. She might. Xiao Ran's expression was a little ugly. He clenched his fists tightly and said, I want to cultivate properly first. After I ignite the divine fire, I will step into the Ling Xiao Palace. Take it. Ignite the divine fire as soon as possible. Wang Xian walked over and patted Xiao Ran's shoulder. When the time comes, I will ask Ao Qian and the rest to accompany you and crush the soaring heavens. Thank you, Master. It's my disciple who is useless. Xiao Ran lowered his head slightly and said with a trembling body, It's not that you are useless. It's because this is not your era. However, I will bring you into this era. Wang Xian said with a smile, Go back. We can talk about it later. Wang Xian waved his hand at him. Xiao Ran bowed and retreated with slightly red eyes. Crushing Ling Xiao was not stepping on Ling Xiao. It was not your era. I can bring you into this era. Huh. Just as Xiao Ran left, Wang Xian was slightly shocked. He looked towards the south. Chapter 1952 1952 on the tomb of the eternal God. At this moment, all the land on earth had become one. Even the north and south poles were connected to the land. The rest of the land was the ocean. However, at this moment in the south, where the South Pole used to be. In the South Pole, after the heaven and earth changed, the glaciers expanded and the ice layer thickened. Icebergs that were thousands of meters tall shone under the sunlight. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, the gigantic icebergs collapsed slowly. The ice layer that was more than 10 meters thick gradually cracked open. The entire South Pole had completely collapsed. An extremely terrifying energy was transmitted from below. Wang Xian stood at the top of the villa and stared in the direction of the South Pole with a solemn expression. His eyes were filled with shock. This power was too terrifying. It was definitely not the power of a godly state. His body moved, and he flew to a height of more than 100,000 meters. The dragon eyes of the 5 elements of Yin and Yang looked in the direction of the South Pole. The celestial burial of the Divine Lord, the protection of the Divine Kingdom, the eternal cemetery, the worship of all living beings. A memorial. At this moment, an incomparably vast voice seemed to come from ancient times. It reverberated throughout the entire earth. A solemn atmosphere slowly spread throughout the entire earth. At this moment, everyone was slightly shocked, and a sense of solemnity and oppression surged in their hearts. Everyone looked in the direction of the South Pole. Godlord's heaven burial, eternal cemetery. When this voice spread throughout the entire earth, the gods revealed expressions of shock. They all flew towards the sky, and their bodies were filled with excitement as they looked towards the South Pole. The tomb of the Godlord, the eternal Godlord's divine kingdom. The eyes of all the gods revealed an extremely heated expression. Eternal Godlord, this was the tomb of the eternal Godlord. The position of God was eternal, and the eternal Godlord suppressed a region. If a god could roam the universe, then the eternal Godlord could suppress a region of stars, and he was definitely a star realm expert. In the battle hundreds of thousands of years ago, 8 eternal Godlords died. Some of the eternal Godlord's divine kingdoms were completely destroyed, but some of the eternal Godlord's divine kingdoms took his body and turned it into an eternal tomb. The gods who had participated in that battle murmured as they looked at the South Pole. After reaching the eternal Godlord realm, even if he died completely, his divine kingdom still had a bit of consciousness. He put his body into his divine kingdom and turned it into a divine tomb. In the universe, the eternal Godlord's divine tomb was definitely a treasure land that countless people fought over. The resources within the divine tomb were definitely not something that a god could compare to. Let's go. We'll head over immediately. At this moment, all the gods didn't hesitate too much and directly flew towards the South Pole. Facing such a treasure, no god could not be moved. This was a treasure land that could make them go crazy. Even if they knew that there might be great danger in the god tomb, it was still worth their risk, Oh my God! An incomparably vast ancient land has appeared at the South Pole. It is larger than all the ancient lands, almost covering the entire South Pole. What is this situation? Did Earth mutate again? Many gods are flying over there. Could it be that a great opportunity has arrived? Hiss, what kind of existence would be able to produce such a vast voice? That place is definitely a huge treasure ground. At this moment, on the internet, everyone was in an uproar. The South Pole mutating, the vast voice, and the arrival of the gods all indicated that this was a vast ancient land. Moreover, this ancient land might be even more precious than the ancient lands of the past. Master God. The disciples who followed the gods to descend trembled. They had come to earth to pursue the divine path and ignite the divine fire. Now, they could actually meet the tomb of the Master God. As long as they could obtain opportunities in the tomb, they could almost increase 90% of their strength to the God realm. The power of the Master God was not something that the gods could predict. In the universe, every Master of God could easily control more than a dozen planets. There were more than 100, or even a few hundred godly state subordinates, or even more. Little brother daddy, just when Wang Xian was looking at the South Pole in astonishment, a voice was suddenly heard. Huarakayer. Wang Xian looked at them and rubbed their heads. What an ugly name. Huar pouted unhappily when she heard his name. She also looked in the direction of the South Pole. That should be the tomb of the god of wings of light. I didn't expect it to appear. Kyer looked at the South Pole and muttered, God of wings of light? An existence on the level of the eternal God? Wang Xian looked at the two girls and asked, Yes, the god of light wings is the god of light wings, divine tiger clan. Back then, he was the main force to kill Yaoxia. In the end, the god of light wings perished together with a powerful Yaoxia. At that time, the god of light wings seemed to have perished completely. There was no possibility of him reviving. There should be many treasures in his divine kingdom. There should be the existence of the god of light wings, divine tiger. Kyer nodded her head and looked at Wang Xian. Brother and father, let's go over as well. The treasures there can create at least a dozen godly state experts. Perhaps you can ignite the godly fire there. At least a dozen godly state experts? Wang Xian was filled with interest. Since that's the case, let's go over. Gather the disciples of the Dragon Palace. With a thought, his voice was heard by the experts of the Dragon Palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, in less than 5 seconds, figures appeared in front of Wang Xian. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Wang Xian was about to lead them toward the South Pole, a rumbling sound was heard from the North Pole. The celestial burial of the Lord of the Gods, the protection of the divine kingdom. The eternal tomb, the worship of all beings. A memorial service. Following that, another loud voice sounded. This stunned Wang Xian slightly. There's one more. Huarakayer was also slightly shocked. She quickly looked towards the North Pole. 2 tombs of the Lord of the Gods have appeared in succession. This is a great opportunity for the entire Earth. The 2 little girls were also looking in the direction of the North Pole in shock. Wang Xian's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. He had a thought and his clone appeared at the side. Let's split up, Wang Xian said to all the members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace nodded their heads. Little girls, let's head to the South Pole. Wang Xian looked at Huar and the rest. He brought Ao Yaoao, Ao Jian, and Ao Qitian, the 10 members of the Dragon Palace, and flew toward the South Pole. Ao Crab, on the other hand, led the 9 flood dragons and flew toward the North Pole. The appearance of the tomb of the Eternal Lord had completely disrupted some of Wang Xian's plans. However, this might also be a huge opportunity for them. Chapter 1953. 1953 and 1953, beneath the tomb of the Eternal God. The tombs of the 2 great god lords appeared one after another. Not to mention Wang Xian. Even the Ling Shao treasured palace and the Holy Church were filled with shock. Other than the gods, Everyone on Earth was also flying towards the tombs of the two great godlords in a frenzy. If one could obtain a great opportunity in the tomb of the eternal godlord, he could definitely overtake them. For the people on Earth, for the disciples who had followed the gods to descend, wanting to surpass the gods who had been resurrected and the gods from the major factions, this might be the only chance they had at the moment. Once they could obtain a great opportunity in the tomb of the eternal God, they would have the ability to contend with the resurrected gods and the gods from the major factions. He would be able to overtake them in a roundabout way. Such an opportunity made countless people go crazy. At least hundreds of millions of people flew towards the tomb of the Master of God, hoping to obtain an opportunity in there. Wang Xian and the rest were very fast. When they got closer, they saw an incomparably huge divine kingdom of light in front of them. The huge and incomparably vast divine kingdom of light was completely incomparable to the current dragon palace. This divine kingdom that was completely enveloped by the divine radiance of light was emitting an extremely dense power of light. In the sky, the light condensed into the images of divine tigers, causing clouds and rain in the sky. It was holy, majestic, and majestic. Everyone who came here could feel a faint pressure. Wang Xian looked at the divine kingdom that occupied an area of at least 5,000 kilometers. His eyes were filled with shock. The interior of the divine kingdom was an incomparably huge paradise. Mountains, rivers, water, and the lair of the divine tigers. There were all sorts of majestic and magnificent things. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky in front of them. Wang Xian and the rest looked over and immediately saw a god trying to enter the divine tomb in the sky. In the end, the divine tigers of light condensed in the sky above the divine kingdom and attacked the god directly. Just one attack from the divine tigers was enough to shock the god. He quickly hid in the distance and didn't dare to enter recklessly. Not everyone can disturb the tomb of the Master of God. These divine tigers condensed from the light attribute are the guardian beasts of the tomb of God. Kai's voice rang out. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and realized that there were more than 20 figures in the surroundings. Each figure came from the Lingxiao treasured palace, the holy church, and some of the true dragon sons of heaven who had been resurrected. They were the first to arrive. However, it was obvious that under the current situation, no one had entered the tomb of the Master of God yet. The deities frowned slightly as they scanned their surroundings. Some of them tried but couldn't find any solutions. In the end, the deities arrived at the entrance of the kingdom of God one by one. Among the deities present, they weren't strong enough to resist the residual power of the eternal Lord. If they wanted to enter, they could only do so from the entrance. "Let's go," Wang Xian said to Hua Kai and flew towards the entrance as well. There were 2 sculptures of divine winged tigers made of divine grade materials at the entire entrance. They were lying on both sides of the entrance. The 2 divine winged tigers exuded a divine aura as though they were alive. Their bodies were about 3,000 meters in size. As they lay there, they exuded a terrifying energy. The entire entrance was 10,000 meters long. They needed to walk up 10,000 steps before they could truly step into the tomb of the Master God. If we enter, will the 2 statues attack? A group of dozens of people stood around. At the Ling Xiao treasured palace, a god frowned slightly as he looked at the entrance. Facing the 2 heart-palpitating statues, they didn't dare to charge in recklessly. I don't know. The pressure brought by the 2 sculptures is too strong. I feel that the might of the god is comparable to 6 to 7 wisps of divine fire. An old man beside him shook his head slowly. His face was also filled with solemnity. The arrival of Wang Xian and the rest caused some people to glance over. Then, they shifted their gaze to the tomb of the Master of God. "Dragon King, do you want me to go in and investigate?" Wang Xian and the rest stood there as Ao Yao's voice was heard. "Don't take any risks for now. After all, this is the tomb of the eternal Master of God." Wang Xian shook his head slowly. The tombs of the eternal Master of God that appear in the universe are all different. Some of them are filled with killing intent. It is basically a land of death. Those who are weak will most likely die if they enter. However, even those tombs that are not very dangerous are filled with danger. After all, every fallen master of God does not wish for anyone to disturb his bones. They don't want to be desecrated after they die, Kayer said from the side. She looked at the divine tomb and frowned slightly. Let's wait here. There will always be people who can't help it. Wang Xian said faintly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, figures flew over quickly. Greetings, gods. The hundreds of figures looked at the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace and immediately bowed respectfully. The gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace slowly nodded. Around them, some gods raised their eyebrows slightly when they saw the demigods. Their eyes were shining. Let me test it out. At this moment, a god couldn't help but walk forward. With a wave of his arm, a puppet appeared in front of him. The puppet raised its head and looked at the stairs at the entrance. It quickly rushed over. Wang. However, when the puppet stepped on the stairs, a beam of light energy landed on it and wiped it away. Seeing this scene, all the gods around frowned slightly. The surroundings fell silent once more. The tomb of the eternal God is in front of us. My God, it's simply too spectacular. Hiss, a tomb is actually so terrifying. What kind of existence is this? It's simply too powerful. As time slowly passed, more and more people rushed over. What is that? The gods haven't entered yet. If only I could obtain the inheritance of the God Lord here, how great would that be? More and more people gathered around, and very quickly, there were more than 100,000 people. Their arrival made the surroundings livelier. They sized up the divine tombs in front of them and looked at the powerful gods around them as they discussed in low voices. However, at this moment, at the North Pole, Wang Xian's clone led Prime Minister Ao Crab Turtle and the 9 flood dragons to the North Pole. In front of them were numerous gigantic divine mountains. Each divine mountain exuded an incomparably vast divine might. Similar to the South Pole, there were already more than 100,000 people gathered around, but no one had entered the divine mountains. Everyone was looking for a way. The Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall have gone to the South Pole. Coincidentally, we have reserved the divine tombs here at the North Pole. At this moment, an extremely domineering voice suddenly enveloped the surroundings. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.